Could you text can you let Terry know
Mayor Garner, we're ready.
Good evening. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some commissioner staff and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. Due to COVID-19 requirements, the public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of the meeting. The public also have an opportunity to provide brief comments from the lobby of the Mental Office Building. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk?
Good evening. Roll call. Bynum.
Here.
Burrough.
Here.
Townsend.
Here.
McKiernan.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Markley.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Garner.
Here. The invocation this evening is going to be given by Commissioner Harold Johnson of Faith Deliverance Church of God in Christ, followed immediately by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we thank you, Lord, for bringing us together as a commission to do the work of this city. We ask that you, by your Spirit, would lead us and guide us, orchestrate, Lord, this commission so that we will be pleasing to you, first of all, and then we will be pleasing to those who have elected us in the positions that we hold. We pray this in the name of Christ our Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Johnson. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda.
Good evening, Mayor. Yes, a blue sheet was issued moving the public hearing agenda items to immediately follow tonight's planning and zoning agenda. And that includes all the changes on tonight's blue sheet, Mayor Garner.
Thank you. Tonight we have two distinct parts of our meeting. The planning and zoning portion will be handled first, followed by the regular commission meeting. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda. Clerk?
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor, CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrough, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gayle Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for and against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has three options. Option 1, you can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. Option 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. Option 3, it can return the matter of the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. Consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, the Planning Commission's recommendation on all the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to stand up and request that an item be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you contacted the UG clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone to please turn them off or switch them to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. This is your time to raise your hand. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
I recognize Commissioner Kane.
Mayor, COZ 2022001 and then SB 2022-030. Opponents of both.
I recognize Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a communication from opponents of item B10 on consent, SP 2022-031. I've had communication from proponents and opponents of items A1, B1, and C1 on non-consent, and opponents on non-consent of A2 and C2.
Thank you. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had contact with proponents and opponents of B3 and B10 on the consent agenda. I've had contact with proponents and opponents of A1, B1, and C1 on the non-consent agenda. I've had contact with opponents of A2 and C2 on the non-consent agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had contact of proponents and opponents of A1, B1, and C1.
Thank you. Commissioner Markley.
Same as Commissioner Ramirez on the non-consent.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend.
Same as Commissioner Markley on non-consent.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor, fellow commissioners. I have had contact with proponents and opponents of the item on the non-consent agenda, COZ 2021-051, and the related master plan item.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrough.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a list here. I'll go with B3, both proponents and opponents. I guess that is B7, both opponents and proponents. B10, both proponents and opponents. D2, both proponents and opponents. And COZ on the planning and zoning non-consent, COs, it'd be A1, A2, both proponents and opponents, and B1, C1, and C2, opponents and proponents.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also had conversation with proponents and opponents of COZ 2021051. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
I've had conversation regarding COZ 2022-001 opponents.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane. Any more for you? Okay. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone applications. 1, COZ 2021-054, Riyadh Baghdadi with RB Architecture. Change of zone from C1 limited business district to CP2 planned general business district to add fueling pumps at existing gas station at 1313 Quindaro Boulevard, recommended for approval. COZ 2022-001, Angela M. Turner, change of zone from R1B single family district to R2B two-family district to bring existing duplex into compliance at 426 North Fifth Street, recommended for approval. Special use permit applications, SP 2022-004, Jeff Salter with Kansas Gas Service, renewal of a special use permit for 2 concrete pits and sampling of a variety of pipes for training at 8535 Riverview Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-009, Frederick Inkatar Tumani with F&A LLC, special use permit for a liquor store, convenience store at 901 Minnesota Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-001, Blake Lostall with Hillsiders LLC, a special use permit for a sports bar or drinking establishment at 403 North Fifth Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-013, Arunzad Khan with Jahan Enterprises LLC, renewal of special use permit for a fill dirt at 1215 Merriam Lane, recommended for approval for 1 year. SP 2022-020, Joe Hidrick with Cactus Red Properties LLC, special use permit for a short-term rental at 4309 Rainbow Boulevard, recommended for approval for 1 year. SP 2022-023, Desiree Moniz with Avenue of Life, renewal of a special use permit for transitional housing for youth 16 plus and younger adults 18 to 24 at 3535 Wood Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-024, Curtis Peterson with Paulsonelli PC, special use permit for a privately owned athletic fields at 1501 North 90th Street, recommended for approval. SP 20-22-025, Curtis Peterson with Paulsonelli, special use permit for privately owned athletic fields at 9020 State Avenue, recommended for approval. SP 2022-026, Adam and Laura Johnson, special use permit to keep 25 fowl at the property at 3030 South 63rd, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-030, Nanette and Lydia Thacker, home occupation, special use permit to operate an apparel printing business at 4011 Independence Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-031, Austin Lage with VHC Road, special use permit for trucking maintenance facility at 700 Kindleberger Road, recommended for approval for 2 years. SP 2022-032, Angela M. Turner, renewal of special use permit, SP 2020-18 to operate a security company at company office at 428 North Fifth Street, recommended for approval for 5 years. Vacation application, VAC 2021-011, Rachel Vicara with Good News Rentals LLC, vacation of an alley to add residential parking at 731 Tenney Avenue, recommended for approval. Plan review applications, PR 2021-039, John Kelly, Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, preliminary and final plan review for Pearson Park Fire Station number 16 at 1818 South 59th Street, recommended for approval. PR 2022-008, Curtis Peterson with Paulsonelli, preliminary plan review from Home Field, Perfect Game Fields at 1501 North 90th Street, recommended for approval. PR 2022-009, Curtis Peterson with Paulsonelli, preliminary plan review for Home Field Training Center at 9020 State Avenue, recommended for approval. PR 2022-011, Austin Ledge with VHC Roads, preliminary plan review for truck maintenance facility at 700 Kindleberger Road, recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances, the following ordinance formalized previous commission approval. Number 1, an ordinance rezoning property at 449 North 86th Street from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District, recommended for approval. An ordinance rezoning property at 9300 Leavenworth Road from MP2 Planned General Industrial District to R1 Single Family District, recommended for approval. An ordinance rezoning property at 1342 North 126th Street from AG Agricultural and CP2 Planned General Business Districts to CP3 Planned Commercial District, recommended for approval. An ordinance vacating right-of-way at 4600 Parkview Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit to allow for auto storage and auto maintenance at 1037 South 26th Street is recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit to keep 2 horses at 1315 North 86th Street, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for on-site grading at 4100 and 4315 Ann Avenue, 949 North 41st Street, and 3801R State Avenue, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a private indoor firearm shooting range at 3327 North 7th Street Traffic Way, recommended for approval. An ordinance rezoning property at 2822 West 43rd Street from R1B Single Family to R2B Two Family District, recommended for approval. An ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of live entertainment at an existing drinking establishment and restaurant at 6550 Cod Drive, recommended for approval. Master Plan Amendments, MPL 2022-006, Curtis Peterson with Paulsonelli. Master Plan Amendment from low density residential to planned entertainment at 1501 North 90th Street, recommended for approval. MPL 2022-007, Curtis Peterson with Paulsonelli. Master Plan Amendment from low density residential planned entertainment at 9020 State Avenue. That represents all of the items on tonight's consent agenda, Mayor.
Thank you. Does any member of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendations of the planning commission. Commissioner King?
SB 2022-030.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Like to set aside for clarification of the restriction stipulation for change of zone petition COZ 2021-054. The property location is 1313 Quindare Boulevard.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if he received any requests from the public to set aside an item. I'm sorry, before I go there, Commissioner Burrough.
I'd like to set aside B3 for discussion. And I believe, Mayor, I'm trying to catch up here with everybody. I believe it's the one dealing with change of zone 2022-001. I think that's the one. That's not it.
SB 2022-01. B3.
Yeah, that's definitely one. 2022-011 to set aside another. Thank you. On the consent.
Can you repeat that for the clerk?
Yes.
Mr. Burrows.
SP 2022-011. I'm looking for the other one here. I'm trying to catch up with everybody. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm thinking I'm not disclosing. We pull the rim, the change of zones. We pull those. Staff, I have a question, and I apologize. I was trying to find my spot here. I'm looking at A2 under planning and zoning non-consent calendar. That we're going to have a discussion anyway. I don't need to pull that one. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Just the first one. 2022-011. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Stand by with us just for a second, please.
Mayor, are you looking for the set aside numbers now?
I'm going to continue. I'll ask clerk if you receive any requests from the public to set aside any item.
We did not.
Okay. Clerk, did anyone joining virtually that may have had their hands up set aside any item?
Seeing none.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Mayor, just a second.
Stand by.
Yes.
We do have one virtually.
You have that item number?
We have Anna Cole
Hi,
online.
I'm sorry. I may be very confused. And I apologize if I am. I know I'm calling in from Zoom and I know that there are folks that are in the lobby that wanted to discuss, and I'm looking at the numbers right now. I'm so sorry. Basically the 505 Central project to set aside that for discussion. And I don't know if I am following the correct procedure right now. So I want to make sure that I am, and I'm looking up the numbers right now for you. I apologize. I came to this late and kind of read the rules and thought I would raise my hand.
Thank you.
Mayor, that is a non-consent item which will be discussed anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. Thanks.
I'll entertain motion for approval of the planning and zoning consent agenda, excluding the set aside items.
Mayor, it's Commissioner Bynum. I move approval of all remaining consent agenda items.
Stites, second.
I've got a motion and a second. Clerk?
Roll call. Bynum,
Aye.
Burrough,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Next is our planning and zoning non-consent agenda items. Clerk, can you walk us through that? Or set asides, I'm sorry.
Mayor, the first item up will be COZ 2021-054.
I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike Farley with the Unified Government Planning, Department of Planning and Urban Design. I'm going to be pulling up the slide here shortly. It was my understanding that we'd like a review of the conditions of approval for COZ 2021-054. Share this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Commissioner Townsend, District 1, to save us all some time and council, I have one specific question, and maybe council or Mr. Farley can point me to it. The church, which is directly to the west, Antioch Baptist Church of 1313 Quindaro, apparently had a conversation. It was the church's understanding that there would be a new fence constructed as part of this. And I was not sure from the language that I read in the application that that was included. So that is what I'm looking specifically for and requesting that that be part of the particulars for moving forward. The church at this time did not oppose it or, approve or disapprove of it, but they were of the understanding that a new fence would be constructed on that western boundary of the facility, the 1313 property. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm not sure that I saw that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Townsend. So under number 16 here, I believe everyone can see that on my screen. I'm going to highlight that here. It does address a privacy fence, shall extend along the south property line and wrap the east and west property lines to completely shield headlights shining into rear windows of the residences. I can check and see. So the church would be, you're saying the church is to the north of the property?
No, it's west, Antioch Baptist Church. The other thing that gave me pause about that particular language is that I believe there's a metal fence there that had been trodden down, and the church wanted to make sure that, or was of the understanding it would extend all the way to the sidewalk. So those are just the specifications that I want clarified. Other than that, because what was in here did not sound like the understanding that the church had.
Yes. So the stipulation does say that the privacy fence will extend along the entire property line of the east and west properties. So it should serve as a screening between the property and the church.
Okay. I would just ask that planning and zoning go back because this says wood. I think there's a metal fence now. So if 16 is supposed to take care of that, just want to make sure that the church is aware and is okay with that.
Correct. So the new fence has to be wood with masonry columns every 32 feet. So any existing fence that does not comply with that standard will have to be removed and replaced again with a wood and masonry fence.
So the
Did I-
metal fence that was there now, you're saying has to be of wood. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was the clarification I needed, and I will check back with the church. Thank you. No further questions, Mayor. Thank you. Move to approve as submitted then. Move to approve this application.
Commissioner Kane, second.
Mayor, I believe we need to have a public hearing on this item first and then move.
Yes, we need to have a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak regarding these items? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Seeing none.
Okay.
We do have one now. We're promoting them.
Yes. Hello, this is Reverend Sullivan. I'm the pastor of the church, Antioch, which is west of the gas station. I did meet on a Zoom with, I guess it was the contractor and another gentleman, and did express that the fence that was there had been worn down from people going back and forth across our parking lot to the filling station. And so the fence that was there, it was our fence, but it was damaged by the gas station. And so now it's just the rails that are there. And so I was wondering how that would look, a wooden fence going across there, because we want to keep our property looking uniform and nice.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Seeing none, each of these
Yeah,
items.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was trying to raise my hand. To Reverend Sullivan's point, is he saying that there was a metal fence? That's what I thought, that had been damaged from pedestrian traffic. And this, I guess, is a question for our planning and zoning. Are you saying there can only be a wood fence in the area? I am unclear about that now, based on Reverend Sullivan's comments and questions.
Reverend Sullivan, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you hear that question?
There's the rails are still there. Was a chain link fence there. I guess it must have been about 8 foot. And well, from the gas station, you know, they bent up some rails, and then the kids started walking the fence down and walked the chain link parts of it down. And now it's just the rails that are remaining. It was our fence, but you know, between the properties, it got tore up. Now, I don't know how, what I was stating is, I don't know how a wooden fence would look. We don't want anything taken away from the, you know, the look of our church, because we try to keep it nice.
Thank you. Staff, do you have the response for Commissioner Townsend to the second part of her question?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, would you mind repeating it just so I?
Well, just for clarification, it's sounding like there was a fence that possibly was or is the church's fence. But this proponent is coming forward with a wooden fence, which planning and zoning has told me is appropriate. So there would be fencing to the west of 1313 to shield the church, so to speak, with that. But I think if the church has its own fence and there was some damage or problem with that, that would be a different issue than I think what's the item 16 in these specifics call for. Is that correct? So this is the wood fence is what the proponent is required to put in place to shield it on the western boundary, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner. The applicant is only required to make updates to their own property. So if the fence belongs to the church and is on the church's property, that will not be touched. We are only requiring that a 6-foot wood fence with masonry columns be installed on the applicant's property as a screening measure. Okay.
So thank you. And so Reverend Sullivan, I'll be happy to talk to you about your fence, but from what we're hearing from staff, the wood fence would be appropriate and is part of the requirements for this applicant's petition tonight.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm good. My questions were answered.
Okay, we have a.
Mayor, we have another hand up online.
And a second. We have a hand? Okay.
Ewing, please unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of tinkering around with this. I'm a citizen. I'm not used to seeing a Zoom meeting in this format. So I was just trying to look at the buttons to see some things that I'm not seeing on regular Zoom meetings. So when I pushed those buttons, that was by mistake, and I apologize.
Thank you. Okay. We've got a motion and a second.
Mayor, we need to close the public
We're
hearing.
going to close this hearing. And there is a motion and a second. I'm sorry. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Thank you. Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries. Mayor, next set aside is SP 2022-011.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak regarding these items? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address for record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
No one.
Seeing none, do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Burrough.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring this forward because as you read it, report, I did receive a tremendous amount of calls, both in support and in opposition to this business. And some of the concerns, I wanted to ensure that the applicant understands the seriousness of meeting the criteria set forth from planning and zoning and request of the mandates that were put on him in reference to business. Parking is a challenge on that corner. And I would hope that the client is aware of that and doesn't stack cars within the back of the property and onto the street that becomes a nuisance and a hindrance to traffic coming off of the roadway. Noise and lighting is one that has occurred in the past. And my understanding, they're going to put covers over the lights to keep the lights down. And if they want to go with the live band, they'll have to apply for a noise ordinance. The biggest problem is the trash that continues to occur behind the two buildings. And the applicant for the, I believe it's a bar, must be aware that that when he puts trash outside, the rodents that come up and tear it up and carry it down the neighborhood, needs to be mindful that those should be covered and meet the criteria set forth in the agreement. And I would like to ask staff if he has met the obligation of a building inspection and the curb and bike request mandated by staff.
Mayor, if I may, we do not see the petitioner online, but staff could give you an update on that if they need to.
Staff, is there anyone available to get an update?
Thank you, Commissioner. And Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. To address the bike rack comment first, that is conditioned upon approval. So the bike rack would not be installed until after approval for the special use permit is granted and made effective. I can get you some answers about the building inspection.
Yes, yes, there was a building inspection required, and has that occurred as of yet?
I am not aware, but I can get you answers on that.
Okay, thank you for that. The other comment I raised was in reference to the parking. I understand parking will be a challenge. There's only 2 slots parking allowed, and I believe it's on the corner building and not necessarily the sports bar. Parking will be a challenge. That's a walkability community. If you look in the picture on the left, you'll see a container setting out there. I believe that container sat there for a period of time. I know I drove by with the number of complaints that I received, and the container was moved and another one was put in. I do know that there's some rehab going on. I just want to ensure that the client knows that that is a very challenging corner with limited parking and walkability. And I would hope that that was stressed when they met with the planning and zoning.
Thank you.
Yep, that's it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, committee.
I'm going to close the public comment. Are we good?
You've had the public hearing open and closed. I'd say you're good. I don't know if it opened.
I need a roll call.
It hasn't.
I'm sorry, I need a motion.
I'll move to pass out 2022-001 there, or 011.
McKiernan,
second. Approve. Move for approval.
Okay, a roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrough,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye. Both
Kane,
sides.
Aye.
Markley,
I told him, I said, I'll address it. I'll address it.
Markley,
Hi, sorry.
I sorry. I sorry.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. Do we have another item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. SP 2022-030.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak regarding these items? If so, please raise your hand to be acknowledged. Once acknowledged, you may state your name and address to record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments.
Mr. Mayor, can staff present the application before we go to the public hearing? Can staff present the application before we go to public hearing so that we know what specifically the application is for?
Yes, can you present the application, what that was, clerk?
Yes, Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. SP 2022-030 is a special use permit for a home occupation. The applicant is proposing to run a t-shirt printing business from within her personal residence. Both applicants have stated that no customers will be coming to the house, that all work will be conducted with inside the residence, and The only increase in traffic determined by staff would be delivery of the t-shirts that are to be printed.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We have no petitioner, and that was staff's update there, so we're seeing none besides that.
Seeing none, do any of the commissions have any questions or additional comments? Commissioner Kane?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I got an email, and I'm very familiar with this area. It says, I am writing with opposition of 0-30. The lady across the street received the attached notice today in the mail that the homeowner removed the sign after planning and zoning meeting met last month, and the neighbors are not aware and is still in process. The other lady across the street hasn't even received a letter. The problem that we have is this is on a corner. There's no less than 2,000 cars that cross there a day, buses loaded with kids. And remember, we're in the permit section of kids getting driver's license right now. And it's, I go by there every day. I did see the sign at first. I haven't seen the sign since. It bothers me to have buses, because when the buses come through there and I've got a truck, the bus is going to win. So I'm concerned about, like I said, and I had the traffic study done last year on something else. So I'm concerned with that much traffic, and a lot of that traffic being school buses twice a day. So I'm concerned about the sign not being up as long as it's supposed to be, the notification from the neighbors that haven't been notified yet, and the fact that there's an awful lot of traffic there.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez? No? Okay.
Mayor, we do have a hand raised, and the applicant, I believe, is online as well.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Nanette Thacker. Yes, we did have the sign up on our street corner, and it was our understanding it had to be up through the last meeting. And we took it down after the last meeting. Were we supposed to have it up longer than that? The sign on the street corner?
Staff, can you respond to that, staff?
Yes, Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. The applicants are actually instructed to take down their signs after the City Planning Commission meeting. So it sounds like the applicant took down her sign when she was instructed to and was in compliance.
What about the neighbors not being notified that live right across the street?
Well, see, this is not accurate, because I took pictures of all the postal mails that we sent out. We received 16 names. They had husband and wives, but we sent them together. But we sent out 16 postal mails, and the woman who was complaining said she did not get one, and I didn't know who she was, but I looked up after the meeting was over, and she indeed was postal mailed this. And the only couple that did not get one were Scott and Rebecca Holt, who are our immediate neighbors to the right. And we actually hand delivered theirs because it bounced back as undeliverable, because the address on the form that you guys sent us had them living in Olathe instead of in Piper. And so we did report this to the Urban Planning Committee that the address was inaccurate and bounced back, and they said thank you and they would get it fixed. So because of that, we did go hand deliver every single piece of material to this person that their postal mail passed back. I know the original gal at the last meeting, the urban planning meeting, complained that we wadded up our flyer and stuck it in her mailbox. I do not. I'm 64 years old. I was taught that it's a federal offense to touch someone's mailbox. I did not put anything manually into her mailbox. I put a postage stamp on that and mailed it with the rest of the 16 messages, other than the one that we hand delivered to the neighbors who their postal mail bounced back. We have had an approval. I have an approval letter here that I won't bother reading to you unless you want me to, from the Piper Estates Home Association Board of Directors. in support of approval for our special use permit. And they tell about that we've been good neighbors. We've been here since 2000. And they have approved our special use permit, but this one person has been complaining about us and we don't understand why. She
Well, she
made
said
some,
it was delivered last night. It was stuck in her mailbox illegally. It was not postmarked. She just
No.
texted me.
I don't know who would have done that, but she was postal mailed the actual letter, and I've got a picture of it that I could send to someone. I took pictures before we postal mailed anything. So why would I stick something in somebody's mailbox manually when I put postage stamps on everything and we postal mailed these things? And other neighbors did receive them because they told us they received them. And we even had Angela Turner show up at our meeting, and that's how she heard about it, was because we postal mailed her the announcement. So other people knew about it, but I don't know where she's getting her information. She also made accusations that we park in the street all the time, and we never park in the street because I don't want my car sideswiped. We have a big double driveway with a 3-car garage. There's no need to park in the street. So I don't know where she's getting this information from.
Well, even if she got the letter, and I don't believe she did in time, I still have an issue with the traffic, the buses, and the kids driving down those roads.
Okay, but the thing is, we're just going to be printing the shirts. My daughter is going to deliver these to the companies. There's not anybody going to come to our house. We don't want people to know where we live. We don't want people to come to our house. We explained very clearly the last time that in regard to the impact on the neighborhood, we don't wish to have customers know where we live. So we will not have need for signage or parking or cause any impact on traffic. All of our clients will be contacted online via emails, phone, or internet. Purchases will be handled online, and then we will deliver them to their address. I don't see how that's going to impact the buses or anything. No one's coming to our house. No one's going to be parking in the street. No one's going to be here. We don't want people to know that we live here. This is our personal residence.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. The person who emailed us in opposition attached a couple of photographs. They look to me like something we mailed, but I could be mistaken. I guess I would ask staff. They look like our letter that says a special use permit application has been filed. So that is one question that I have. And if that's the case, urban planning staff, then I would prefer to know the date of the mailing, because as we all know, once something is put in a mailbox, it's beyond our control at that point, sadly. And I just want clarification on the photograph of the letter that I saw in the email. Looks like the same exact notices we receive in our mailboxes telling about change of zones and special use permits. So I just want clarification on that. Beyond that, when I look at this address on Google, Winchester Drive intersects Independence Boulevard, and only a few houses down, Google tells me that there is a pharmacist practicing, which I don't even understand how that could be possible. But then I Googled the pharmacist, and his home address, 3 or 4 houses down from this request, is showing as his business and occupation address. So You know, if that's the case, I don't know what's happening at that address and how it might be impacting traffic and whatnot. So I'm just bringing forward 2 points. The first one, I'm just asking for clarification on.
Can anyone from staff clarify?
Yes, Michael Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. For the mailing that was referred to, staff did send out a mailing. It was sent out through the planning department on March 24th in notification of this meeting. Without seeing the exact mailing, I can't verify that that's what it is, but there was a mailing that we did send out last week. Again, that's standard procedure from the department to send notice to nearby residents or nearby property owners about any meeting within 200 feet. As far as the pharmacist possibly working out of their home, that's something that we could pass along to our zoning enforcement officer to check out and see if we have any potential violations. However, that is, again, the special use permit tonight is just for a home occupation at 4011 Independence Avenue.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. I was not really asking you to do anything about that other than I was just noting that that's what I see when I pull this up on Google. Thank you, Mayor.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
I'm sorry. Do any other commissioners have any questions or comments? Seeing none, each one of these items will require a separate vote. I'm going to close the,
Mayor, we actually need to open up the public hearing.
I'm sorry, I'm going to open the public hearing.
Seeing no comment at this point for public.
Okay. So seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. And is there a motion and a second?
Commissioner Ramirez, District 3, move to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Markley, second.
Any discussion with the second from Commissioner Markley? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call Bynum.
No.
Burrough.
No.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. No. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
No.
Kane.
No.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 7-3. That motion fails.
Thank you. Clerk, next item.
Mayor, that's all the set asides we had.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to non-consent.
That takes us to the remaining items on the non-consent agenda. Clerk?
Mayor, if I may, yes. There are items here that are tied together, so I will read 3 of them and we'll handle them all in one public hearing, but we have to vote on them separately. So the first item will be a change of zone, which is COZ 2021-051 from Mark Moberly with Sunflower Development. We'll also have a vacation application 2022-001 from the same Mark Moberly, and a plan review, which is MPL 2021-028 from Mr. Mark Moberly. So we can turn that over to staff before we go to public hearing.
Yes, I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Mayor, if I may, I need us to step back for a moment for the item that we just last covered. So we had a motion to approve, and then we had no votes. So because we are voting no on this, we would need a motion to deny with reasons, setting out the basis for the denial.
That's right. I didn't think of that.
Okay, so
You have to go back to the previous item.
Right?
take us back. Could you repeat that one more time, Clerk? Chief?
Yes, Misty Brown, Chief Counsel for the Unified Government. So on our last item, there was a motion to approve the special use permit. and that motion failed. However, we do now need to have a motion to deny with reasons set forth for the basis of the denial so that the applicant can understand why their special use permit was denied. I would remind everyone of the golden factor. So would someone like to move to deny? Another option is you could move to send this back for back to the Planning Commission for additional review or to address some of the concerns.
Well, I'm the one that brought it up, and I brought it up as a safety issue. And the safety concern with the buses and the kids that travel down there every day, and I don't know about a pharmacy or anything like that. But that is one, and that's a very busy street with lots of big buses every single day. And I consider, and I only worked in safety for 21 years. I consider that unsafe. So I guess that's why I wanted the motion to fail.
Okay, so Commissioner, with that, are you going to move to deny
Move to deny.
based on the traffic concerns?
The traffic concerns, the safety concerns, the size of the vehicles that travel that road every single day. You know, I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, I'm just needing to clarify for the record. I would also note in the staff report, a condition of this approval was that no customers were to be visiting the house. So it's another option. You can have your motion as it stands. If you have a second, you could another option for this group is to send it back for additional review and stipulations if you so choose.
I think what I said stands.
Very
Okay. So do we have a motion to deny?
Second.
We got a motion to deny from Commissioner Kane. Do we have a second? We have a second from, can you,
Second, Commissioner Ramirez, District 3.
we have a motion to deny from Commissioner Ramirez. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrough,
Aye.
Townsend,
No.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson, Kane.
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis.
No.
Vote is 8-2, that motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Counsel. Clerk, could you repeat that last item?
Will do, sir. The change of zone applications, we do have on the non-consent agenda, a change of zone application that runs concurrent. It's COZ 2021-051 with Mr. Mark Moberly. It's also concurrent with vacation application VAC 2022-001 and plan review application 2021-028. So I'll turn it over to staff prior to the public hearing, and those need to be voted on separately once we close the hearing.
I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks, please.
Yes, Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. These three planning entitlements are all for the same request to construct a multifamily development at several addresses, including 10 South Halleck, 525 Central Avenue, and 529 Central Avenue. As listed here, there will be 142 units, and it'll be a 6-story building with additional 2 stories of parking for a total of 8 stories on approximately a 1-acre parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant to present his application. Please state your name and address for record. Yes.
Hi, this is Mark Moberly. Can you hear me?
And to hold this matter over until April 28th and not have the public hearing tonight.
Thank you.
So the request is to hold it over until April 28th. And the staff has the applicant's request in writing.
Clerk, legal counsel, can you?
Jenna Parker from Planning is online with the information Lavert's referring to move this forward to the next April session. And Janet?
I'm assuming you want us to read the applicant's request to hold over this case.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct, Janet.
Okay, I gave that to Mr. Farley. Can you take care of that, please?
Yes, I can, Ms. Parker. Yeah, Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. I will read the request from the applicant for holdover. They say we are requesting to continue 3 items on to the Thursday, April 28th meeting. These are due to several reasons, which include 1, the determination that some of the parking we have in our project on the north side of Halleck cannot be counted towards the code required parking count, requiring the parking variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals. We're at BOZA on April 11th, and since BOZA approval is needed to move the project forward, we prefer to have the approval prior to the Board of Commissioners presentation. 2, we continue to engage with area stakeholders who have yet to provide support or opposition, including the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association. These people and groups have provided their concerns, and we want to take the time to talk through those concerns. This will take a little time. 3, despite strong and vocal opposition, we still believe there is opportunity for consensus, or at the very least, trying to set the facts straight and temper the opposition or convert people to supporting our project. We'd like to take the next 4 weeks to continue engaging with the neighborhood. That is all.
Thank you. I believe this item has been set aside, but as an order of business, I'm going to open up. I will now open the public hearing, ask the clerk to see if receive any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
Mary, we're checking. There was 4 people waiting. If it was going to be continued, they were going to wait until next month. We've sent a text to verify if they need to speak now, but it doesn't look like at this time they're wanting to speak. They're wanting to speak when it comes back next month in April. So
thank you.
Seeing none at this point, basically.
Chief Counsel.
Yes, Mayor, Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. So Mayor, Mr. Moberly is online and he could be promoted to speak to this if he wants, but my understanding, he's asking to hold this over. So at this point, you can have a public hearing on the feasibility of, do you want to hold over the item or not? But if everyone agrees that it's hold over, then we could then move to a vote to hold these items over and have the public hearing when it comes back again in a month.
Okay. Do we all understand that?
Chief Counsel, are we still on 1 vote for all, or is it 3 separate now to make them held?
We need to have 3 separate votes, but at this point, we can have the discussion about the feasibility of holding it over, since that is the applicant's desire.
Thank you.
Okay. On what was read, is there any discussion from the commission?
May I make a motion?
Yes,
Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I would move to hold item A1 on non-consent, change of zone 2021-051.
Stites, second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Commissioner Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. The next item in regards to this. I believe we had 3 items.
We do. It'll be VAC 2021-001.
Okay. Is there a motion or discussion rather, whether to legal counsel help me out here?
Send it back.
Motion to
Mayor, since this is all the same process, you could entertain a motion immediately. As we
Move
just
to
had.
hold over B1 VAC 2022-001.
Second,
Motion by
Bynum.
Kane, second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second to hold that item as well over. Clerk?
Thank you. Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Motion,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
It's 10-0. That motion carries.
motion to hold over item C1 MPL 2021-028.
Commissioner Ramirez, District 3, second.
I got a motion and a second to hold over that last item. Clerk?
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Commissioner Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, the next item.
Mayor, we have COZ 20-22-001, Tim Cates with Remco Demolition. That also is tied to plan review applications, 20-22001, which is Tim Cates with Remco Demolition as well. We can turn that over to staff for discussion.
I have asked staff to make some opening remarks, please.
Thank you. Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. Both this change of zone and master plan amendment are being requested in order to allow for a laydown lot on State Avenue on the far western edges of Wyandotte County, right by Leavenworth County. It is currently a C3 district. This does not allow for the outside storage that the applicant is requesting. However, one of the conditions of approval of this change of zone is that all other uses will have to comply with the C3 heavy commercial district. The master plan amendment as well from plan commercial to industrial, again, is just to fit that change of zone and make sure that both are in compliance with each other within the Piper Delaware area master plan.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant to present his application. If you're available, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi. Hi. Can you guys hear me there? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. Andrea Wishup, 2300 Hutton Road, Kansas City, Kansas. Kind of go over this very, very briefly. Am I able to share my screen at all?
We don't believe so, but you can continue.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just this is just a like you said, change of zone to
Mary, if I
allow
may
for a
interrupt.
lay down yard in the
Mayor?
area. Yes.
Stand by. Can you stand by just for a minute?
I'm not sure this is the right petitioner
Okay.
on the applicant here, so we need to verify that we have the right person for the right item. So we need her to repeat her name and the item she's speaking to.
Can you repeat your name, ma'am?
Andrea Wishup. Yeah, Andrea Wishup. I am speaking about the property off of 142nd and State Avenue. I'm the applicant. I'm representing the applicant. I'm representing Tim Cates. We came up with his site plan and the layout for his site.
Thank you. This is the correct applicant.
Clerk, is that correct for you? Okay.
Yes.
Miss, you can continue with your statement.
All right, yeah. So on this property here, the plan is to create a laydown yard to have some machinery in there, improve the drive entrance to concrete, add some screening around the south and west and north sides where there's not currently screening, and kind of get rid of some of the there's a shed on site that we're going to get rid of. It's a little bit run down and just doesn't look very nice overall. I'm going to get rid of that and just kind of add some nice features, some fencing that we can kind of shield again from the public eye there and just kind of create a lay down yard for our client.
Thank you. Does that conclude your statement?
Yeah, I believe that there were some questions about traffic as well on the last time we were here. I know that the traffic is going to be very minimal. So while there are 6 trucks that will be stored on site, 6 large trucks, dumps, trucks that can move heavy equipment, there's only 3 drivers available for those trucks. So in the mornings, you would have 3 drivers leaving the site, headed south on 142nd Street and accessing State Avenue, going west only to turn around. And in the evenings, there would be 3 drivers accessing 142nd Street, again, from the south. No traffic headed north on 142nd Street from Nebraska, and no traffic leaving 142nd headed east. All that traffic would head west from 142nd. And so that would kind of alleviate the safety issues, the safety concerns of traffic along that road.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if he's received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No notifications, but we do have 2 people in the lobby with their hands raised.
Hank Chamberlain.
Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a co-owner of the property immediately to the east of this, adjoining on the east side of the subject property. My brother-in-law and I acquired that property 25 years ago or thereabouts. In the image that's on screen, it's the property in the red boundary next to this. We acquired that for a commercial purpose, and we're delighted that we already had the commercial zoning. Shortly thereafter, the KDOT and the UG came by and improved 2440 and took away our direct access, whereupon we cannot use the property for the originally intended purpose. Since that time, we have been unable to sell it because of the commercial zoning, and we're surrounded with industrial applications. We have we've got a body shop that parks wrecked cars outside to the east, and we've got the subject property to the west. There's commercial industrial buildings across the street, across the highway from us. There are steel buildings across 142nd Street on the agricultural property there. No one is going to come into that property of ours, is going to acquire that property of ours with no direct access and erect a masonry construction commercial property, commercial building. So we've got the same problem that they had on this other property zone commercial. It's killing us. I'm 77 years old. My brother-in-law is older than I am.
Sir, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. We'd like to get out from under this thing, and we're never going to be able to do it unless we get rid of that commercial zoning and can sell it for a use that's compatible with the surrounding uses. So we very much support the application before you. Thank you.
Mayor, there's no one else at this time.
Thank you. Clerk, have you received any notification from public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No requests were received, Mayor.
No one from the public to speak in opposition?
Seeing none.
If there are no further comments or questions from the public, I'll close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments?
No,
Seeing
I
none?
don't think so at this time.
Thank you. Does any member of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner King?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the very first thing you see when you come into Wyandotte County. And the location where they're working out of now is not very pleasing to the eye. And I realize that there are some buildings out there that are well maintained that are currently out there across the street. I'm not sure that I want the first thing somebody sees when they come into Wyandotte County from the west is a laydown yard. I want something positive there, and this might be positive for these folks. But what about the people? The guy across the road's already got his house for sale. So what's that going to do? You've got a lay down yard that's not pleasing to the eye. And then when you come into Wyandotte County, somebody says, boy, doesn't that look good? And that's my concern, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Burrough?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question of staff. It was mentioned, this is Commissioner Burroughs at-large District 2. The question I would have of staff is there is concerns about barbed wire that's visible around the entire facility. Is that allowed within the city?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. With the change of zone, I will have to reference the M2 code, but I do believe that the barbed wire would be allowed.
The next question I have is, I read the report in reference to the amount of damage could be done to the roadway by these 12,000-pound trucks with the numbers of them leaving, and the engineer says the roads could handle it. But I guess my question would be, here we once again have an intersection on State Avenue at 142nd Street that would really cause complications to turn left out of 142nd Street. So my question would be, was there an engineering study or a safety study done in reference to the stacking of vehicles or the potential stacking of vehicles on 142nd Street? If they were to try to turn left if multiple vehicles, particularly two of the large trucks, were trying to turn left onto State Avenue at a higher rate of speed by the traffic going east and or west?
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. I am unaware if there was a traffic study related to the stacking of the vehicles. However, there was an assessment from the county engineer that stated that the even vehicles of that weight couldn't be driven along both State Avenue and Nebraska Avenue. That both roads are built for to take such axle weights.
And thank you for that answer. The second part of that question was on the photos that we're seeing, Nebraska heads up to, I don't know the number of the road, I'm going to guess it may be 140th Street, that dead ends on the south side close to State Avenue. So the only way the trucks could leave or would be to leave the laydown yard would be to come out onto Nebraska, take a left turn, come up to State Avenue. Now they have committed to taking a right turn, but I would share with you that I think for all safety purposes, there should be a no left turn sign at the corner of State Avenue and 142nd Street, and quite possibly at the corner of Nebraska and 142nd Street. 142nd Street is a residential road. It leads to properties that head to Parallel Avenue, and at least no heavy trucks beyond that point if you can't go no left turn. This has been a concern of the residents that live in that area, and I believe it's a high safety issue in reference to traffic control dealing with the high speed on State Avenue.
That concludes your comments.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be, if there hasn't been a traffic study conducted or a safety study conducted on that corner, I might suggest to my colleagues that we hold this over and get additional information and either get the study or send it back to planning and zoning and ask them to consider putting no heavy trucks past the corner of Nebraska and or at the no left turn on the corner of State Avenue and 142nd.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Commissioner Mike Kane, second.
Mayor, if I may, before we move, the petitioner wants to respond.
Petitioner?
Yes, we are more than happy to. We are more than happy to meet that requirement of no right turns off of 142nd onto no right turns off of Nebraska Avenue onto 142nd and no left turns off of 142nd to State Avenue. We'll be happy to provide those signs, put the signs up. We agree with you 100% on that and happy to adhere to that.
And if I may, I would ask legal, can we allow a private business to put signs up and then enforce that? Or do we have to do that as part of our codes and ordinances?
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, that's a great question, Commissioner. Citizens could put some signs up on their yard, but to be enforceable, this is something that the unified government would have to do through a traffic study and to put them up there so that they would have, so they could be enforceable. And I do want to clarify, I believe I heard your motion to say you wanted to hold it over, have a traffic study done. Is that correct? Because this matter has already been sent back to once. So a holdover motion, the reasons that you set out is appropriate.
Okay.
I want to clarify that's what.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Burrough, at large district 2. I appreciate council guiding us on that. My motion was to hold it over to get these issues addressed. And I do appreciate the conferee willing to do that. I just want to ensure that should those signs go up, that it can be enforced. And that's the only way it's going to have meaning if there's an enforcement process to it. I made my motion. It's been seconded, Mayor. That's all the questions and comments I have. I do know that prior to taking occupancy of that building, I see that there is a building inspection needed, and I would assume that is moving forward as we speak.
Staff, can you answer that?
Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. Again, I apologize. I just asked the commissioner to repeat his question, just so I can understand what we're at.
Yeah. I believe before occupancy, that's fine. I believe before occupancy can occur in that building, that there has to be a building inspection conducted. Has that process started?
Commissioner, you are correct. A building occupancy inspection would need to be conducted. As far as I know, that has not started yet. Typically, these sort of things can be done after approval is granted, but before anything else is published or approved. So the effectiveness can still be kept in check while so the change zone doesn't actually go through before it passes its inspection.
Thank you. And just for clarification, and I beg the time of my fellow commissioners, I know this is a little long-winded here, but this is an issue, as has been stated, there's a safety issue. There's a welcoming to our community issue in reference to the visuals that will occur. We've already have a residence that's put their home up for sale. There's a building permit requirement, and it's been mentioned about the properties that are owned by this applicant in another part of our community. And I have visited that site twice, and I am very disturbed by what I see on that property. And I guess the message I would send to the applicant is be mindful that we do have codes, and there will be individuals, I'm sure, watching to see how the care of that property is handled. And I would hope that the applicant is mindful that that is the entrance to our community, will be responsible in how they take care of that property. And with that, we do have a motion, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions and comments I have. Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
Mayor, if I may, as a reminder, we do need to take this as one separate vote for the COZ 22001, which the master plan that's attached to it will take a separate vote as well.
Thank you. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Farley, hang on just a second. I've just got a couple of questions for you, and it goes back to what Mr. Chamberlain had said. I'm looking at the zoning map right now, and he talked about properties on the south side of State Avenue. That's the city of Bonner Springs, correct?
Yes.
And the city of Kansas City, Kansas zoning code does not apply there. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct.
On the south
Okay.
side.
He also mentioned industrial uses. Now I'm going to key on that word. I'm sorry, I'm looking at your picture over here. I'll just look right here. He mentioned industrial uses. And as I look at the zoning map, everything here is CP3. And I thought in CP3 on that block from 139th through 142nd between State and Nebraska, we've got ag north of the Nebraska. And then east of 139th, there's a C1, there's an R1, and a couple more CP3s.
Right.
I don't see any, what I would consider from our code, industrial zonings there. Am I reading that wrong?
Mike Farley, Department of Planning and Urban Design. Commissioner, you are correct that there are no other nearby industrial zoning districts within Kansas City, Kansas. We cannot see it on the map. I can go back and reference it, but the zoning in Bonner Springs across the street, at least adjacent to State Avenue, is industrial, and they've expressed or they have stated that that this would be consistent with their zoning across the street. Commissioner, if I may point out that while the change of zone is for an industrial district, it will simply be for a laydown yard. It has to meet that outdoor storage requirement, and all other uses must comply with the CP3 district per one of the conditions of approval. And I can pull that slide up as well if you would like to see that. Or
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. So now I understand the reference to nearby industrial would talk about the south side of State Avenue because everything is CP3 on that block. And one question, I have no idea, I have to confess, the property that's to the north of Nebraska between 139th and 142nd is zoned agricultural. Is there anything in our code that speaks to an agricultural zoning next to a commercial or industrial zoning, or is that allowed?
Commissioner, thank you. In the zoning code, and I will also, after I give my answer, I can defer to the legal department if they have any further insight. But to my understanding, there is nothing in the zoning code that prohibits a agriculturally zoned property to be adjacent or across a public right of way from an industrially zoned property. Within industrially zoned property district codes, there are screening requirements that the applicant is being held to. So again, their uses are being held to C3, but their screening is being held to that higher M2 industrial zone. But that's as far as I could give on that answer, sir.
Okay, so as far as we know then, as long as they comply with all of the requirements of the zoning and any stipulations that might be put on relative to screening, et cetera, then those two properties should coexist fine.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So this is more for staff. Has there been any subsequent inquiries about industrial change of zoning applications since this application has been brought forward from other landowners?
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Mike Farley with the Department of Planning and Urban Design. To my knowledge, there has not been any additional inquiries. Again, well, I guess this case has been heard several times, so we would have a chance for feedback. But to my knowledge, no, nothing in the area has, no other property has requested a change of zone to industrial.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
I just want clarification, Commissioner Burroughs' motion, and I understand the motion, but the request was a traffic study. Is that right? Are you asking the applicant or us to complete it?
I believe that should be done and conducted by us. And the purpose of doing that would be to ensure that it is an accurate study that we can, as a body, accept as a valid study, and at the same time meet the safety concerns that were brought up in reference to the signage and the enforcement of the potential signage at that intersection.
Commissioner Stites?
Stites, District 7. And I think the other thing that I would like, the applicant said, as of right now, there's 3 trucks. That doesn't answer or address future expansion. This is a large lot. I don't know how big it could possibly be, but 3 trucks currently, with the potential of how many, I don't know. So the impact on those roads could be greatly increased.
So if I may.
Commissioner Burrough?
Yeah, and I apologize for taking another bite at the apple here. I guess my concern would also be that this laydown yard, in order to get the laydown yard, they have to apply for the change of zone. But they can presently utilize a facility under the zoning presently for their equipment and storage, as long as it's not heavy equipment. And my question would be why they want to move their heavy equipment there when they already have a facility in the other part of our community that, as I stated, is not in the best of conditions. So if they wanted to have a laydown yard, I would assume that might be one they would want to consider and not worry about a change of zone here. And we have everything resolved with moving forward. That was just a comment. Unless Comfrey would like to answer that.
Did you have a question for the petitioner?
Yes.
Could you ask that again?
Yeah. This is to the Comfrey. Would you consider leaving your laydown yard in your prior location in Armourdale?
That's a really good question, Commissioner. So we're not going to try to deny that the other site is it's in bad shape. We know that. I would kind of, I guess for lack of better terms, kind of compare that to, if I were to try to downsize my 2,000 square foot home to a 1,000 square foot home, things get cluttered, and clutter turns into mess very quickly before you even realize it. And that's exactly what's happened down there. We got cluttered and then we got messy, and we know that, and we're going to fix that. We have plans in place, and I know that I can't do my share screen, but I do have some things that I could send you guys that show that our plans in place to do cleanup down there. This current facility is a quarter of the size of the facility that we were wanting to move to. And a lot of the things would be stored inside that building. That building footprint is 9,000 square feet where we want to move to on one level. And it is a 3-level building inside of there. So it would leave a lot of room for us to be able to store a lot of the things that you see outside at the current facility, inside at the new facility, and clean that up quite a bit, as well as doing a better job. And we know we have to do a better job of keeping track of having screening up, getting rid of our trash, making sure that we don't have bushes growing up on our fences and things like that, and keeping it a nice community. Because like you said, it is the first thing you see when you pull in. We do have a good hillside there that would help screen that a little bit, and we plan to do a better job. Again, I know that the current facility has gotten a little bit away from us, and we're not trying to deny that. We do have plans to clean it up, and our plan to move out here is to give us the space we need so we don't have the clutter that then turns into a mess. Because it does. If you have a home, you know that clutter can very quickly turn into a mess before you even realize it.
Thank you for acknowledging the fact that the yard is in the shape it's in, but I don't know that it got to the question about the laydown yard opportunity there versus out west to the extent satisfaction. But I belabored the question. I thank you for your response. I believe, Mayor, that there may be a comment moving forward. I know we have a motion and a second. Mayor, I'm done with my questions unless any other comments.
Commissioner Kane?
I would hope that planning and zoning would get a little better at getting us more information prior to the meeting and spell out better what's going on than what we've been given. And I want to see your plan. You can send it to me, please. You know, because most of the time we have more questions than we do answers. So I would like a more thorough review sent to us.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to hold this item over for traffic study. Clerk, can you clarify real quick? We've got 2 items that need to be voted on. in
I will do
regards
that,
to
sir.
this. Can you go back and refresh us?
Yes, sir. COZ 2022-001 is the item that the motions are pending against. The plan review application is MPL 2022-001, which will need to be a motion and seconded and voted on as well.
Okay. The motion on the floor for the first item that the clerk just mentioned was to hold over for a traffic study. I'm going to let our administrators speak to that briefly before we get into that vote.
Cheryl Harrison Lee, Interim County Administrator. Commissioner, in regards to the traffic study, my recommendation would be to have you, if a traffic study is going to be completed, that the applicant pays for that traffic study. If the city is going to retain someone or the UG is going to retain someone to do that, that be at the applicant's cost.
So we have a motion to hold this over for a traffic study. Did we want to add that as well?
Would I need to change the motion to include the cost of the traffic study?
You can make a, Misty Brown, Chief Counsel Commissioner, you can amend your motion to include the recommendation by our county administrator that the applicant, pay for the traffic study. And so long as your second also agrees with your amendment, and we can proceed.
I would ask second if, okay. I would ask that if that traffic study is paid for by the applicant, that we have a chance to review to ensure that it meets all requirements set forth by our, meets all the criteria that we set forth.
Commissioner Burrough, just for the record, could you restate your amended motion for the record?
Thank you, Mayor. I will. And Commissioner Burroughs at large District 2. The motion is to defer this, send this item back for discussion in reference to a traffic study and signage to determine the traffic study on 142nd State Avenue to be paid for by the applicant and reviewed by our, I'm assuming Public
Works Department.
Yep.
And for holdover.
To hold it over. Right. Yeah. Thank you. It's a long-winded motion, and I know my second's going to second it, but I believe it's important that we get it straight. So that'd be my motion.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this matter? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Abstain.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Clerk, the next item, please.
Yes, we need to have a motion and a second for MPL 2022-001 for Tim Cates with Remo demolition as well.
Yeah. Commissioner Burroughs at large District 2, make a motion to hold this over till we get the results of the traffic study.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Abstain.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, next item. Sorry, we're going to close this one out and
Yes,
Clerk?
Mayor, we are moving into the public hearing agenda.
okay, first is the public hearing to receive comments on budget priorities for the 2023 Unified Government Budget and Community Development 2022 through 2026 Consolidated Plan. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement required for the public hearing.
Good evening. We'd like to welcome all present to the public meetings of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas regarding the Unified Government 2023 budget priorities and the 2022-2026 Community Developments Consolidated Plan. We appreciate the attendance of everyone here this evening, and we recognize the importance of your views. We would, however, remind you that we have no individuals yet signed up to speak this evening. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes if so to speak. You should reach the 2-minute mark. I will announce that you have 1 minute remaining, which should allow you time to wrap up your comments. Once you're recognized, please state your name and city for the record, and we would appreciate your efforts to be considerate to all during their comments. We also ask anyone with a cell phone to please turn them off or switch to non-audio.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk, our Chief Financial Officer to make some opening remarks.
Good evening. This is Kathleen Bonacci, the Chief Financial Officer, and we're making a brief presentation prior to opening up the public hearing. So this year we're looking to fund our future, and as you know, the shared goals of the commission are these 7 goals of improving infrastructure, reducing blight, increasing public safety and our perception of safety, improving community health, economic prosperity, community customer service, and community cohesion. And these commission priorities help define our internal priority-based budgeting exercise among department staff and align spending to policy goals. We're also looking to be mindful of the community survey that was conducted back in 2020 and is currently being compiled. We've recently updated that survey, and those survey results will be presented to you later next month. But as it stands now, the highest emphasis for improvement from our residents back in 2020 was to maintain our city streets, followed by address planning and zoning issues and code enforcement, and to improve our communication with the public. As a result of this public hearing on our budget, we're also providing an opportunity for neighborhoods and residents to tell us what they think should be happening with our budget. So we're going to offer a number of budget sessions in various neighborhoods, and I'll talk about those in more detail later in this presentation. So as you know, we have a property tax that funds a substantial portion of our budget. And this is how those property tax dollars are spent. As you know, because we are a county, we're responsible for administering all of the property tax for all the entities in Wyandotte County, including the Kansas City Public Schools and Kansas City, Kansas Community College. So this is a breakout of a dollar bill and what percentage of your property taxes relate to each of those entities. So as you can see, 46% of your property taxes are collected by and spent by the unified government, while the other 54% of your property tax dollars are spent for 1 cent for the state of Kansas, 7 cents for the library, and 30 cents to the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, and then Kansas City, Kansas Community College. And of course, this tax dollar splits out differently depending on where you live, but this is an example for those residents who live in the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools District. I'm going to review the financials for 2020 to give you some idea of where we are sitting right now. So the 2022 revenues, that's the current fiscal year in which we're currently operating. The total budget or estimated revenues is $403 million. And of that $403 million, $16.7 million of it is what they call one-time ARPA revenue replacement. So that means that ARPA revenue replacement will not be reflected in the future 2023 budget. That's a one-time revenue. Overall, the sources of revenue that support our operations, 25% of it is from property tax, 20% of it is from sales tax, 11% of it is from franchise taxes, which we often refer to as the BPU pilot. 7% of that is intergovernmental revenues, and that includes the ARPA revenue replacement that will no longer be receiving in 2023. 16% of it is from charges for services such as trash service and sewer, water pollution control and stormwater fees. There are other taxes that we receive in the amount of 5% of the total. And then these various others, including permits and licenses, fines and forfeitures at 3% of the total, motor vehicle tax at 3%, and so on. So of the total $403 million, the two largest funds are the city and the county general funds, and this is the split of their revenues. On the city side, $172 million is estimated to be received by the city general fund. And of those, of that fund, 16% of the total revenues of the city general fund come from property tax, 29% come from sales tax, and the franchise tax, or the pilot, is 24% of the total revenues. Whereas on the county side, which is estimated to receive $75 million, it is reliant, property tax is the largest revenue source for the county general fund at 59% of the total, followed by sales tax at 11%. The city general fund, we're providing some updated information on how we performed last year, which ended on December 31st, 2021. And the total budget for the 2021 budget, total revenues were for the city general fund, were $166.8 million. And we spent and we were estimated to spend about $159 million. And so we were anticipating a net change between revenues and expenditures of $7.7 million. But instead, what actually happened was that actuals came in at $163.8 million, and we only spent $157.1 million, which resulted in a net difference that added to our fund balance of $6.6 million. So as a result, the ending cash balance increased from the prior year to this year, and now we're at the end of last year. The end of last year, 2021. We have a ending fund balance or ending cash balance in the city general fund of $31 million, which represents 27.5%. The ending reserve is roughly 27.5% of total expenditures in the city general fund. For 2022, the adopted budget was the estimated revenues are $161.5 million, and we're expected to spend $161.9 million for a slight use of fund balance at the end of 2022, which is the current year we're in. So we're anticipating that we will, at the end of 2022, if we collect all these revenues and we spend all this fund, we'll end up with a cash balance of $30 million, which represents 26.4% of a reserve, 26.4% of the expenditures. And I did want to point out that there is a decline. We're anticipating a decline in revenues in 2022, and that's because the ARPA revenue replacement was lower in 2022 than it was in 21. We have the same table for the county. So the county's budget for last year, we estimated that we'd collect $75 million. But ultimately, we ended up collecting 76.8 million. So that was a little higher. And we expected to spend $72.5 million in 21, but we ended up only spending $68 million. So that results in a net change to the fund balance of a positive $8.7 million. And that resulted in our reserve being roughly 24% of the total expenditures. So that's better than what had been budgeted previously. So in the current fiscal year for 2022, we're anticipating receiving $75 million and spending $77 million. We are going to use a little fund balance, 2 million of it. And so the result is that we're expecting to end a cash balance of $11.9 million, which represents 19% of which the fund balance is anticipated to be 19% of the total expenditures in the current fiscal year. So the total expenditures of the entire unified government were budgeted at $420 million. And these expenditures are operational expenditures that we've budgeted in order to get us back on track to our road recovery from the pandemic. And of these total expenditures, they're broken up by function, or by fund category. So of the $420 million, 41% of it is the city general fund, which is where all of the expenditures that are not restricted, or the resources that are not restricted by state statutes, all are deposited into the city general fund. And that's where most of our operational costs are incurred for police and fire and parks and rec and so forth. So the county general fund has 19% of the total expenditures. That's where most of our county administrative functions are happening, including operations of the jail and the sheriff and our many other county functions. There are 13% of the total expenditures are for other tax levies, such as mental health, the health department, developmental disabilities, our outstanding debt, both on the city and the county side, and a number of aging, elections. So there's a number of other tax levies. Proprietary funds or enterprise funds are 17% of the total. And that includes sewer and stormwater, our golf enterprise, and a number of other enterprise funds. Special revenue funds are those funds that are provided to us by the state, and also some other special tax revenues that we have to separately report, and they're called special revenue funds. And our consolidated city and county parks general fund only reflects 2% of the total expenditures. So we are, I've separate out of the $420 million, we've identified just the city, county, and the parks general funds here in this graph. And as you can see, and it's broken up by expenditure type. So of those three, consolidated city, county, and parks general fund, it totals $258 million. And nearly 70% of the total expenditures are for UG staff to provide services to our residents. And 4% is for debt service. 18% is for contractual services, which include the ATA transit services that we provide for our residents and senior citizens, the trash contract, and those sorts of contractual obligations. So one area that I was requested to provide information on is the long-term liabilities of the unified government. And so we've provided the information not only for the unified government, which is this column here, but also the BPU, which is an administrative agency of the unified government, although they operate under a separate elected body. And then the total in this last column. So the long-term liabilities are basically broken up by the level of bonded debt or government bonded debt that we have. Those are all debt that we owe to bondholders. And then other long-term liabilities such as our pension for and retiree health liability, as well as compensated absences such as vacation and sick leave and some other long-term liabilities. And so as you can see here, the bonded debt is broken up into three categories. The first one is just general governmental debt. And this debt is basically for improvements to our facilities and to roads and those sorts of things. So the utility bonded debt is specific to proprietary or enterprise funds. So that's water pollution control and stormwater, but it's also on the BPU side, it's for the debt that they have outstanding on their electric and water utilities. And then economic development bonded debt are all the economic development projects that have been issued, have had bond issues in the past. And all this bonded debt of $186 million is paid back from revenues that are generated from the development project that was in which the bond issues were done. So the total for the UG in terms of bonded debt is $610 million, whereas on the BPU it's $684 billion for a total of $1.3 billion. So net pension is a liability that the unified government has, and it totals $215 million at the end of 2020. And this is the most recent information we have at this time. So we're in the middle of doing our audit. And so when the audit is completed, we can update these figures for 2021. But this is the most recent from our CAFR. So the BPU does have a pension, but it's fully funded. So there is no long-term liability. And so you see that that's a zero here. Retiree health is a liability that both the UG and the BPU have. And this is for providing health insurance and other post-employment benefits to our retirees. And the state statute requires that we provide this coverage or health insurance coverage to our retirees up to the age of 65. And so that's what this liability is at present. And then pension or the compensated absences are for sick leave and vacation leave for our roughly 200 or 2,300 employees. The BPU has a much lower compensated absences because they have far fewer employees. So in total, the total long-term liabilities of the unified government amount to $1 billion, where the BPU is $747 million for a total of $1.78 billion. And all these are reflected on our balance sheet. So I wanted to break out a little bit more information on our bonded debt. So not only for the unified government, but also the BPU. So jumping forward to 2 years, as of the current year for 2022, the bonded debt totals $1.48 billion. And here are the various categories. The BPU's total bonded debt at the end of 2022 is estimated to be 42% of the $1.48 billion. The unified government's just only governmental debt, which is for roads and facilities, amounts to 17%. And the amount of bonded debt that is related to city utilities like the storm and the sewer amounts to 9% of the total bonded debt. The STAR bonds and tourism and other tourism and STAR districts amounts to 23% of the total bonded debt. But all that debt is paid for from the revenues generated from the projects. So the unified government, just to remind everyone, the unified government's credit rating from Standard & Poor's is AA and Moody's is A1. And you can find the credit reports on our website, on the finance department website there, if you want to get more information. So there's one initiative that the mayor and staff have been working on that we'd like to provide just some information on in order to get some feedback from our residents. And that's a potential Kansas City, Kansas sales tax measure. And what's being considered is a temporary half-cent penny sales tax or half-penny sales tax. And if we were to put this sales tax or half-penny sales tax in place, it would generate about $200 million over the next 10 years. We're calling it a temporary tax because it would only be in place for 10 years. And it's designed to address the facility enhancements and other projects that are badly needed for our aging facilities and road infrastructure. And it's designed to address all of the areas across the entire Kansas City, Kansas area boundary. So, and we've worked with our police and fire chiefs and our department directors to identify potential projects, which include fire station reconstructions, fire and police, which we create a joint training facility, police patrol stations, both new and existing facility improvements, better police equipment and technology enhancements, spray parks and new recreation centers and facility improvements for our Parks and Recreation Department, and a new transit and UG services building in the Midtown area, as well as extensive street and road reconstruction projects throughout the Kansas City, Kansas area. So as information, we wanted to provide you some pros and cons to doing this potential sales tax measure. So the pros, of course, are that we obtain the resources to address aging facility repair needs. And we have estimated that roughly about half of the new sales tax revenue that this sales tax would generate, about half of it would actually be coming from sales transactions undertaken by non-residents. And the other last pro is that it is a temporary tax that would end in 2032. Some of the cons that with this sales tax is that it would increase the sales tax burden on half of the other half of the residents. And often it's been talked about how sales tax revenue is a regressive tax because it's basically, well, if you have a household, for example, of 4 folks in your home, and regardless of what your income level is, you probably spend about the same amount as you would at the grocery store, regardless of how much your income is. So a lot of times it's seen as a regressive tax because it isn't dependent on your total income. It's based on how much you spend. And so there's certain fixed costs or certain costs that everyone incurs similarly, regardless of your income. So the other thing is that if we were to use the $200 million in sales tax revenue and we ended up issuing debt to undertake these projects and do them more quickly, because we would be issuing bonds upfront to get all the money to move forward with doing all the projects as quickly as possible. If we did issue debt for a good portion of that $200 million, it would increase our outstanding debt obligations greater than what I presented earlier. And so back to the budget. Now, one really great thing is, number one, I wanted to point out that our budget office has done a lot of work to improve our communication on the budget. So they've been putting out a lot of great information on Facebook and on our website, so you should check that out. But another effort that we're doing is we're going to be doing some community conversations on the budget and priority-based budgeting, and we're calling them dot talk. And the objective is to broaden our community engagement about the budget planning process and also kind of introduce the community to this new budget simulation tool that we've implemented, and hoping that residents will participate in using this new online tool. And the online tool basically will provide you a scenario. If you want to decrease taxes, then what areas of the budget would you have to cut to decrease the taxes, for example. So anyway, during these sessions, we're going to have 3 sessions, one on the west side, the east side, and then the central. And the basic questions we're going to ask are, what is one thing we should stop doing? What one thing should we continue doing? And what is one thing that we should start doing? And so just some basic questions about what residents, what areas do residents feel we should be focusing more on? So the first session is April 20th. It'll be at 6 o'clock, and it's at the Wyandotte County Museum. And that's out on the west side of the Unified Government. And then April 27th, we're going to have it at the Beatrice Lee Community Center. And then April 30th on a Saturday from 9 to 11 at the Eisenhower Community Center. So we hope that you can all come. And of course, we're going to be sending out reminders to all kinds of folks so that on Facebook and on Twitter and so forth, so that we can get as many people to engage in these community conversations on the budget. So the last thing is that we want to kind of go over the calendar, the budget calendar. And this budget calendar is constructed assuming that the county administrator's budget recommendation would not exceed the property tax revenue neutral rate. And the reason is if the commission did decide to exceed the property tax neutral rate, then we would not have to submit the budget until sometime in September. But if we were to not exceed, then the budget would be due roughly around the beginning of August. So this assumes that we will not be exceeding the revenue neutral rate. And so this is a more compressed budget calendar than we did last year. So we've already had our budget strategic planning session on March 17th. And now we're undertaking the budget and CDBG public hearing. That's what we're doing now. Next Thursday, we will be doing a budget revenue policy options special session to talk about our various revenue policies that have been discussed at the last planning session meeting. April 28th, we will have a presentation on the results of the community survey that of all those surveys that the residents submitted in the past months. That's happening on April 28th. On May 5th and May 12th, we are planning to do our special sessions on the CMIP or the capital budget. And then following that, we're going to have a variety. In fact, we're planning on 6 budget workshops throughout the months of May and June and July. On June 30th, we plan to have the county administrator's recommended budget presentation, and followed by more budget workshops. And finally, we're going to have our second public hearing on the budget on July 25th, with hopefully adopting the budget on July 28th. So that's the calendar as it stands at the moment. At this point, I'm going to pass it back to the mayor so that he can open the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Von Achen. And I'm going to turn it over real quick to our county administrator. Just want to reassure our commissioners that as part of that last slide that you are and will be involved in this budget planning process. Your voice, your interest, your vision, your thoughts, as well as your input will be included. And so I'll let the county administrator talk more in depth about that.
Cheryl Harrison Lee, Interim County Administrator. So we had Mr. Ed O'Malley to come for our strategic planning session. Next week, you'll be hearing from Mr. O'Malley. He will be seeking your input on options or things that you'd like to see considered as part of this budget. We talked about that partnership of three-legged stool of the community, the staff, and the governing body. And so we want to make sure that we get the input from the governing body. At the April 7th meeting, we will be presenting the input that you've provided to Ms. O'Malley, along with the options that staff's working on, and we will try to facilitate a session that will get us to narrowing down those options of the combined input from you as the governing body, as well as the staff recommendations.
Mayor, we do have Wilba Miller with her hand raised as well to comment on the.
So I
Ms.
just want
Miller.
to point.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Wilba, yes, we're going to have Wilba make her presentation on the CDBG following the public hearing for the budget, I believe.
Kathleen, this is Wilba Miller, Community Development Director. This also serves as our first federally required public hearing for the community development 5-year plan. So we have a few slides that I would like Stephanie Stauffer, who is coordinating that 5-year plan process, make to you before the public is open for comment.
Okay, all right, let's do that.
You can go ahead, Ms. Miller.
I'm turning it over to Stephanie Stauffer. Stephanie, are you ready?
I can navigate. I can navigate here. Go ahead.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone who has taken the time to join us this evening. My name is Stephanie Stauffer. I'm a program coordinator in the Community Development Department. And as Wilba said, this year we're completing our consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan and consolidated application for the UG's 3 entitlement block grants that come from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Those block grants are called Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, and Home Investment Partnership Program, or HOME. And I'll talk a little bit about each of those programs in a minute. So the consolidated plan cycle is a process that is regulated by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we have to take a number of steps during that process, including the hearing this evening, which must occur before we can develop any budgets for our grants. This slide shows our planning timeline. We are working with a consultant called Mosaic Community Planning, and they began in January with the initial public engagement process, which is wrapping up this week. We have held several consultation meetings with community service providers, community workshops with community members, focus groups with targeted populations, and we hosted an online survey. We're also reviewing census data, housing market data, and other completed local and regional plans to ensure that we're going to make community and data-informed recommendations for this grant funding that complement other initiatives that are occurring in the city. And we'll use all that input to develop a series of needs assessments. In April and May, we'll begin drafting our priorities, goals, and our year 1 projects. And we'll bring that draft to the Administration and Human Services Committee for review before we publish it in June. Once that draft is published in June, we'll begin another engagement process. And so we'll gather more public input regarding the draft of the plan and make revisions as is needed. And then after all of that, we'll come back to the commission one more time for another public hearing, and we'll do adoption along with the UG budget. The consolidated plan must be submitted to HUD no later than August 15th, or we risk the loss of grant funding. You know, the next slide. Thank you. This slide just summarizes our grant amounts based on last year's funding levels. Unfortunately, HUD has not released our grant amounts for 2022 yet, but we anticipate those soon. Congress did pass the 2022 federal budget. But after looking at that budget, we think we'll probably see a decrease in CDBG from last year. And that's because Congress included the Community Development Initiative earmarks in the Community Development Fund. And so CDBG went down because of that. We may see an increase in ESG and home, but there's no way really to know until they run the formulas, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Next slide, please. Some of the eligible activities are listed here for each grant. So CDBG activities must serve those who are low to moderate income, which means 80% or less of the area median income. Activities include public services, which are capped at 15% of the grant, housing rehab, construction or rehab of public facilities, public infrastructure improvements, and economic development activities. The home grant must serve households who meet the home income guidelines. Those activities can include construction or rehab of affordable rental or homeowner housing or other homeowner assistance. The emergency solution grant activities must serve those who are homeless or at risk of homeless, and those are definitions from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Those activities can include homelessness prevention, rapid rehousing, HMIS or data collection systems, street outreach, and emergency shelter. The emergency shelter and street outreach activities are capped together at 60% of the grant. Next slide, please. This slide is just a map of the county, and the highlighted census tracts represent census tracts that are predominantly low to moderate income households. So the darker the blue, the higher the percentage of LMI households in the census tract. Next slide, please. And then this slide just covers some of the more common and eligible activities with CDBG. So while we can do infrastructure improvements, the maintenance of infrastructure facilities is ineligible. So we could do things like replacing or like building a new road or new sidewalks, but we couldn't do things like fill potholes with CDBG, as well as new construction of household, the general conduct of government, purchase of equipment, income payments to program participants, or the supplanting of other funds is generally ineligible. You know, the next slide. And these are just examples of some activities we've done in the past or with our current 5-year plan. So this first picture over here of this house is a house that was rehabbed using the CDBG home repair program. So you can see here that we have added a accessibility ramp to the front so the homeowner can access their home. This program also addresses critical systems like roofing, plumbing, electrical, and heating for income qualified households. This other image is some improvements at City Park that we did. So that's a prefabbed bathroom that was installed using CDBG. And we've done some other improvements at City Park as well in the last 5 years. You can go to the next slide. CDBG also funds services out of the Willa Gill Multi-Service Center. And they've been a partner with us for quite some time, providing those services there. And then our home grant is used to develop housing for homeowners throughout the city. And here is the new home that was built. I believe it was Habitat for Humanity partnered with us to do that work. And so all the comments that we received this evening will be added to the comments that we've already received during our other input. And we'll take that into consideration as we start planning for the next 5 years. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if you've received any notification from the public who wish to express their comments regarding this item.
We've not received any directly, but we do have one person in the lobby that wants to speak.
Yes. Is it on? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Carolyn Wyatt. I live at 359 Troop Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. I'm here to support Mayor Garner and the Budget Department in splitting the BPU pilot and lowering the mill rate for the purpose of our taxes. Also feel that community centers should have their own funds for operating. The bathrooms at the Beatrice Lee Recreation Center needs to be ADA certified and wheelchair accessible. The crosswalk leading to the building at Beatrice Lee in the front has cracks in it that need to be taken a look at. The Boston Daniel Park on Quindurl needs to be upgraded. The tennis court at Clam Park need to also be upgraded. I just want to say a few things about that that needs to be taken care in the community. And thank you for your time.
Mayor, we have two online that are wanting to speak.
Our first speaker is CeCe May.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I wanted to speak about the budget. I was listening to the first young lady or the first lady who was explaining. I'm sorry, my voice is messed up. But she was saying that she was having classes to understand the budget. But some people already understand the budget, like myself. I feel like some of the golf courses that are not used publicly, that are using public funds, that should be split and put back in here or put back into the general budget instead of charging us taxes. I also want to thank Ms. Wyatt for mentioning Clam Park because I've asked since 2019 that park be updated. It's a national, it's historical. Black people were playing there with sticks and rocks before they had baseballs and bats. It should be put on a pedestal. but nobody does it. It looks like trash right now. So, and I've been asking since 2019 for that to be updated. As far as the taxes go, I think that we need to redo the budget and look it over, because there are certain places where there's money and financial things bleeding out of our budget. And it's always in the unified government's forefront to say, okay, let's add another tax to the people. No, please. Can you please get some of the money back from the people that it's already going to, that it shouldn't be? Thank you.
Seeing no others at this time.
Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
We do actually have another now online.
Mr. Williams, Melvin Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Hello?
We
Can
can
y'all
hear
hear
you. Yes, we can hear you.
Well, I'm in support of we need to update our parks and everything, but I don't want to do it at the expense of an extra tax to the people. What I would like to see personally, me personally, and it's just a trial run, right? Is let's try lowering the meal between 1% and 3% just for 1 year. Let's provide the numbers on that. And if it works out in our favors, let's go for that. But we have to start off somewhere. You know, we, the residents, are tired of being the burden of everything that goes on around here as far as tax hikes. We get taxed too much around here. And the only thing that we have to show for it is out west. I don't want my, you know, when I come in here to the convenience store where I'm at now, things just to go up in there, you know, but I know that we can find a way within this budget to do some stuff around our community. When new businesses come, let's stop giving them all these tax breaks and incentives. You know, let's work out a deal with them, because at the end of the day, that still falls back on us, the residents of Wyandotte County. So I think that, you know, far as the governing body could come up with a solution, because there's something there that everybody can agree on, you know, because at the end of the day, we elect commissioners, but it's supposed to be a unified government, and we're looking for a unified commissioning body.
Sir, you have 1 minute remaining.
I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further comments?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, do any members of the commission, well, I'm going to close the public hearing first. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions to the staff presentation? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for the presentation, and thank you to the community members who came out and voiced their concerns and their priorities as we go through this process. My stance still does not change. From what I got from the sales tax, and the cons are pretty strong. It's regressive. That means it's going to hurt the eastern part of our county the most, our low income. And it possibly will add more debt to the $1.7 billion that we already have. Those are the two biggest cons that I got from the sales tax. Those two should be automatic red flags for us to wait, talk to the community, get more of our finances in order. I don't see the rush. Let's take the time, not as staff, but as a governing body, and go out into the community and talk to our constituents, educate them on what this money can go to, what it could possibly go to. But we need to take the time. Because as of right now, we're on a very short time crunch. Because by the end of May, we have to have this ordinance or language approved so that I can get on the August ballot. Doesn't give us much time to go out in our community and get feedback and do an education. As I have stated, and as the most of us have stated, we all want relief, tax relief for our constituents, but it needs to be strategic and not a drastic change to what we've been doing. Well, what we've been doing might not be perfect, but it's a careful balance of what we have and what our community needs. And as of right now, our community needs more than what we have. And I know I made the request last time for our administrator to send an email or a letter to all the taxing jurisdictions. And it seems those conversations are already happening, but no notification was told to us that those conversations were happening already. I have an issue with that, a transparency issue, because that is something we as a commission, multiple members have been asking for years to do, but no notification was given to us that those talks had already started. This is not a me, myself, and I budget. This is a we budget. This is a community budget. And on one of the first slides, it showed our priorities as a commission, and then underneath as a separate bullet, the community survey. Our priorities are the community survey. They're the one and the same. We base everything off the survey because that is the true voice of what our community wants. And I'm going to continue to follow it. I'm going to continue to find a way to find tax relief, but that is in a strategic way that won't put more tax pressure on our middle or low income residents that are already feeling it post-COVID. Now, I know that we can all work together to find that solution. I always say, and when I started my not even a subcommittee, when Commissioner Bynum and Commissioner Johnson and I originally started to talk with the Safe and Welcoming Committee Coalition, one thing I asked them all to do was compromise. That is the only thing you can do in government and in governing is compromise. It's a give and take. And so I ask that every member of this body to do that, to do such. Let's compromise and let's find that budget that is perfect for our community. Not for us, but for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I would ask Ms. Bonachin to refresh my recollection. Maybe it may help some others too, to talk about what it means when the term revenue neutral rate, I think, was discussed. And this comes to the table. I think last year was the first time during our budget cycle that a change made at the state level required us to take a few different steps. And I understand that the presentation tonight presumed that we would be revenue neutral, but it seems as though I'd like to also see an alternative date if that's, been discussed or thought about in the event that the board elects not to go that route. So at this point, I'm just interested in that information, and it certainly would have repercussions if I'm thinking it is what it is on the government's ability to take advantage of new money, so to speak. So, Ms. Bonachin.
Yes, so our thought is that we will have further discussions on revenue policies or policy actions that have been discussed during the April 7th session that we're planning for next week. And perhaps the commission will weigh in. There'll be more information on the impacts of doing a revenue neutral rate, and the commission can have further discussions during that meeting. Those discussions will be ongoing. So the revenue neutral rate is a result of Senate Bill 13 that passed last year in the state legislature. And what it requires is that if a city or a county, in our case both, chooses to exceed the amount of property tax revenue that it was collecting, for example, in the current fiscal year, if they chose to exceed that property tax revenue amount, then a public hearing would have to be held for the commission to vote to, in fact, exceed that number. Not only that, but it also requires that the impacts of not exceeding the revenue or exceeding the revenue neutral rate are to be sent out to all the property tax owners so that they can clearly see what the impact or difference would be. And the result, even though mill rates would remain the same, for example, if you were to exceed the revenue neutral rate and the mill rates would remain the same, an individual's property tax bill still increases because the market value of your home increases year over year. And so I think the legislature was trying to place a cap on the level of how much an individual's property tax increases by passing the Senate Bill 13 law. So if the commission were to decide to exceed the revenue neutral rate, a public hearing would have to be, that intent would have to be determined. I think it's sometime in June. And then at that point, then later on a public hearing has to be held. And then at which point then the budget calendar would then be extended to September. But if we were to not exceed the revenue neutral rate, then the previous budget requirement to have the budget adopted by the end of July, or I think August 15th, would still be in place. So that's why at this point, we haven't received affirmative decision from the commission one way or the other. And so we're just assuming that we're going to continue to do the budget process and that timeline with that budget adoption deadline of the end of July or early August. So, further discussions will take place. And of course, our county administrator, Cheryl Harrison-Lee, can offer more comments about her plans for, having further discussions with the commission on this topic. So does that
Mayor,
help?
if I may, can I clarify a couple things on the dates for the timeline there since it comes out of the clerk's office, where the June 15th date would be the date for clarification of to exceed or not. If you do not, you have I think we've got a proposal of July 28th out there that's set right now, but the state has an August 25th timeline for that budget to be certified. That's in general. If you do exceed, you have August 20th to September 20th to hold your hearing. You have to have a 10-day notification to all participants in the public 10 days prior to that, August 20th. So you've got that September 20th late deadline there, and we set levies in the first week of August. So that's your rough timeline based on yes or no.
Thank you, clerk, and thank you, Ms. Von Achen. Ms. Townsend, did that conclude your question? Commissioner?
Commissioner Davis has his hand up.
Commissioner Davis.
Mayor,
Thank you,
I'm
Mayor.
sorry. I was muted. I was replying to your question. I'm sorry, if you allow. I was saying this was a good startup for the revenue neutral discussion and basically just what it is and what it'll mean to us since we haven't had to go through this since last year. And I'll just follow up later because I do recall that we kept the mill rate constant last year from the previous year, even though the amount of taxes collected increased because value increased. So I'm still a bit perplexed as to how we would remain revenue neutral, keeping the mill rate even constant as values go up. So if
So-
she, go ahead.
Yeah, I can explain. So when they say you're not going, you're going to remain property tax revenue neutral, what that means is that even though a person's market value on their home continues to increase, the governing body would reduce the mills down so that the amount of revenue that we collect is the same as what we're collecting in the current year. So it's effectively, it reduces the mills down so that the revenue collected is the same as the current amount.
Okay.
Mayor, if
you.
I may, Commissioner, can I clarify that, Mayor, as well?
Go ahead, clerk.
It's pretty simple. It's A times B equals C. I mean, your max collections on your cap for what you collected last year, that's exactly right. If you have an increase in value, your levy will drop, so you remain neutral on your collections at that point. It's a simple algebraic equation that's already in effect at this point. So what needs to be decided is what is the actual collections looking like based on the budgetary requirements coming into this. So you will have a decrease in that multiplier being B if you so choose to keep that collection rate the same. So that is what your revenue neutral rate is about. And we've got a fixed number on that. So that's when you move into these conversations, you'll need to keep that in mind. So it is a simple algebraic equation. It does divide for you.
Thank you, clerk, and thank you, Ms. Von Achen. Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, I will be brief. Thank you, Mayor. I think we have a lot on our agenda that's just that we still have yet to tackle. If I could at least throw out a suggestion that we kind of rethink how we want to do public hearings, because I imagine that because this meeting has gone on for so long that some of our public engagement that we would have received has been probably dwindled, or a lot of people were discouraged because of how long it has taken to get to this point. This can be juxtaposed to the ARPA community engagement process, which Ashley Hand, Chris McFetters, our communications team did a phenomenal job doing that community engagement. I think we have a model, and I think that those folks right here, our own employees, high performing, we should probably look at replicating that to get better results for a public hearing for both CBDG and for the budget. I agree with Commissioner Ramirez on the commission needing to be brought in on the conversation with other taxing jurisdictions, because ultimately the commission will decide what will happen. And yeah, I would hope in the future when we do have other public hearings that they would be done a little bit better so that we get higher participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need to say a couple of things. I'm very tired right now. But Ms. Carolyn Wyatt has been consistent in her request for improvements to our parks and rec centers, particularly east of 635. And I want to go on record as supporting that, that we put some money into our failing infrastructures, particularly in our community centers. She identified B. Lee and Boston Daniels, and those are very significant recreational facilities and parks in our community that we have not done a good job of maintaining the integrity of their historic value to our community. And so I want to lean in on that we figure out how we can get some money into those areas as we go through this budget process. The second thing is relative to the revenue neutral. Mayor, I have volunteered and continue to volunteer my services to be a part of that dialogue with the other taxing jurisdictions. I think that has to happen. If it has already happened, I'm not sure. It's suggested that perhaps it has. Before I would consider any lowering of the mill levy, I would need to know and hopefully be a part of that conversation to know what the priorities are, not to suggest that they have to lower theirs, but to be candid and open in terms of how we talk about lowering a mill levy and what that means to our citizens, that we emphasize that we are talking about only 47% of one meal in terms of the decisions that we make here in this commission. The other taxing jurisdiction make up the rest of it. And so again, I think we need to have a strategic conversation, as already has been mentioned by Commissioner Ramirez, but one with those other taxing jurisdictions so that we can move hopefully together, that we can begin to tear down the silos and move hopefully in a position of unity. This has not happened thus far. I'm not sure as to why it hasn't happened over the years, but I think that needs to happen. And certainly for me, I would not consider a lowering of a mill levy until I was certain that conversation had happened, and would like to, again, be a part of that if at all possible. So with that, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I am in agreement with most of the comments that Commissioner Johnson just made, particularly with respect to engaging the other taxing entities. I've said this before to my constituents and others, that the unified government, we as commissioners only account for a portion of what is taxed to our constituents. And I would hope that they would be open, we'd have to be open, or they'd have to be open to looking at their mill levies. I mean, since I've been on in 13, this body has either held constant or decreased the mill levies that the commission controlled and could do. So we've seen already that when that happens, it does not result, or has not thus far resulted in the dollar amount that the constituents write as a check for their taxes. So I agree with Commissioner Johnson that all of the taxing entities have to be brought into this, and that everybody should be at the table and not exempt from looking at lowering. That leads me to the other question, going back to the revenue neutral conversation. Does that only impact the unified government, or also these other taxing entities as well, since we are the tax collecting agency, but we only control a small part of that?
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Von Agent, can you answer that question for Commissioner Townsend?
I'm not sure I caught a question in there. What was the question? Sorry.
Would the revenue neutral issue that we've discussed early also encompass things like, or entities like the school board, the library board, the junior college board, all of which levy their own taxes, even though we collect them? We're merely the collecting and dispensing agency. So does the revenue neutral issue that we're talking about only concern the Board of Commissioners or all taxing entities?
Okay, so, I'm not 100% sure whether the revenue neutral rate legislation impacts the community college or the school districts. I'm going to have to defer to legal on that question, because I'm not remembering now. So,
Ms. Brown.
Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. So excellent question, Commissioner Townsend. No, the revenue neutral rate does apply to certain entities like the libraries. So if the unified government decides, our decision to exceed or not to exceed affects us, other taxing entities that have to apply will still have to give their notice to the clerk by the deadlines if they intend to exceed it or not to exceed it, and then we collect it for them and their way. So I think that was your question is, what other entities have to comply with it, but the libraries, the library boards do, and other entities do as well. And so they'll have to send their notices to us, and then we collect as instructed, determining on what process they choose to follow.
Thank you, Counselor. And to me, that just seems to indicate, as Commissioner Johnson requested, that we have to bring those other entities to the table, because again, we are only the collecting body for that, but our constituents oftentimes do not make that distinction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions from the commission? Commissioner Burrough.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrough, at-large District 2. I appreciate the conversation. The reason why you have a revenue neutral rate is because property taxes have soared in our local communities. And we're very fortunate we still don't have the tax lid that was in place a couple of years ago. I will state this, I truly believe that through going through our budget, there are ways in which to reduce the costs within our budget to provide revenue neutral rate and or mill levy reductions. And I'm willing to work with our administrator and any other commissioners that are open-minded enough to sit down and make some tough decisions on what we feel are priorities. I believe there's room in this budget to cut enough mills that we can talk about property tax relief. Folks, we can promise the world to our constituents, but what we hear more than anything is property tax relief, property tax relief, property tax relief. If we don't provide it, we will see an exodus out of this community. We will export our wealth, and that is not something we need to return to. And I stand ready to work with those that are willing to make bold decisions with the budget and reposition our budget to provide us the revenue necessary to move forward and meet the challenges that we've had here tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments, questions? I'll make a comment. I just want to reassure that the commission that as we move through this budget process, that your voice will be heard, that your input is going to be valued and part of this process, and that's forthcoming. A lot of ideas and thoughts are being put on the table about what best do we do for Wyandotte County. I believe for every problem that there is, there's a solution. And I know that working together, and we are a unified government, we all care about this community. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. I just challenge you, and I echoed the sentiment of Mr. Burrows, is that just the people I've spoken to, taxes is their number one issue. And you can talk property taxes, you can talk about the pilot, doesn't matter where you go in this town. At whatever income level, people talk about the high taxes, and they talk about BPU. And that includes our neighbors, sister communities of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, that often cry out loud to the unified government, along with the rest of Wyandotte County, saying that they want some relief. I don't know what that looks like. I don't have all the answers. But that's why we're here as a unified body. So we can have the hard conversations, and that was the purpose of what is being presented to you today, is to look at all the numbers, all the facts, even what I put out last week, giving you something to at least think about, converse about amongst yourselves, decide what you feel is best, and then make the hard choice and decisions that the people elected you for, to hopefully move this community forward, but also be community driven in addressing the needs most urgent to our community. When you look at our debt, it's extreme, in my opinion. You look at all the issues from infrastructure to our chiefs saying they need police and fire stations, and our officers that keep this community safe. Firemen and police officers need equipment. When you talk to parents that want better activities and resources for their kids in our rec centers, as well as our seniors wanting places to go and activities to have. When you look at our roads that are filled with potholes in a lot of different areas, our infrastructure is crumbling in more ways than I can count as I drive around this community. There's a lot of hard decisions that are going to need to be made by this commission. But I'm confident that we can do this together. I know there's a lot of talk about being involved in some meetings with the other taxing entities. That conversation has been had. That is forthcoming. Legal counsel, could you speak to the open meetings and what that requires for elected officials, just briefly?
Mayor, just Misty Brown, Chief Counsel. Mayor, to clarify, are you just asking just a brief overview of the Kansas Open Meetings Act? So Kansas Open Meetings Act has a prohibition if you have a majority of the commission discussing matters, it needs to be in public, where it can go into the more intricate about it. Sometimes a serial meeting could take place and where maybe one or two commissioners would send an email amongst themselves. And then if that email is forwarded and where it becomes an interactive communication that is on a government business, you could have an open meetings violation where you have a majority of the commission discussing commission business, but not in a public setting. So in order to comply, I think you've all seen on emails where I might send to the governing body and have a do not reply to this email when we are presenting information to each other. So we do caution against, replying all 40 emails. This would also hold true for any type of interactive communication, even on Facebook, responding to each other's posts on government matters, and also just having conversations with each other where it's phone calls where you could share the information where a majority is having that discussion.
Thank you. And I say that just to reiterate that, yes, meetings have been set up, and I know we all want to be involved in those meetings. I trust our administrator and I trust our staff and some of the team that are in my office that as these meetings go on, the commission, those of you that want to be involved, please let us know. Nothing is exclusive when it comes to this community. We are all one unified government. Everything is inclusive. If you want to be a part of that, in keeping in mind with what our chief counsel just outlined in these conversations, please just let us know, because we do want your input. We do value your input, because at the end of the day, this commission has to vote and has to make a decision. And we're all going to have to respect that decision. I just want to reiterate the point that I started this conversation with, is that please work hard as we move through this budget process, if you can, to find ways to address some of the concerns that the community continues to cry out and say that they want from this commission, and that is tax relief. And that is looking at our pilot and then trying to find innovative and creative ways to address some of our infrastructure needs and our facility needs and our equipment needs. And there's a variety of ways that I've been talking to our administrator, and I'm sure she'll share that with you as this budget process goes along, to get hopefully to where we all can agree on, or at least you can agree on. So I'm willing to work with you, to support you, to be an advocate for this commission, because we all have to work together. And I'm excited about where we can go on the things that we can do. This, for those that may think this isn't about me, or it's about what we can do together. It's about what we have to do together to make Wyandotte County better for everyone. And so let's just be mindful of some of our poor folks in this community that are struggling with their utilities and how that impacts them. And those are the ones that cry out the most when you talk about PPU pilot. Those that are on fixed incomes, that struggle with property tax, businesses that may otherwise want to come here, but when they look at our taxes, our fees, our bureaucracy, as well as our BPU, they choose to go elsewhere. And businesses that are here that I've talked to that are telling me they're considering leaving. I posed this question in a meeting with our administrator, and Wyandotte County, to me, is a jewel with awesome people, and it is just ready to hopefully do great things in relation to the greater Kansas City metropolitan area. We've got a lot of people that have worked real hard and continue to, awesome people that have struggled and continue to fight in their neighborhoods, doing really awesome things. We owe it to them to work together and to come and find real solutions to some of the problems that impact their lives. They've asked for that, and this mayor believes that they deserve that. And I know some of the numbers that you see can kind of be overwhelming, whether it's the numbers that have been presented for mill levy release decreases or the revenue neutral rates, the debt. I specifically told our administrator to give you all that information. And there's more information to be had that she's still working on. Because when you go through this budget process, I really want you all to have all the information you need to make an informed decision collectively on what you all feel as a unified body, what's best moving forward, at least in this budget cycle for Kansas City, Kansas. Commissioner Ramirez, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have requests and then we can move on. My request that those conversations with the taxing jurisdiction not just include some of us, but all of us. If we can talk about our taxes here in the open, so should the other taxing jurisdictions as well. That should be an open public meeting where every member of the governing bodies are at the table having a conversation and the community hearing and listening. That's my request, because we owe it to them to be open in that manner.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. I agree, Commissioner Ramirez. So we've said that about, I don't know, 500 times now, that we want to include the taxing entities, the other taxing entities. And yet not one time have we heard anything about how we're going to do that. We talked about COMA, we talked about Kansas open meetings, we talked about how, you know what, I think what we need to figure out here and tonight is how do we include those other taxing entities, get them in the same room so that we can talk about their slice of that dollar bill. We can talk about how we're willing to hold the mill levy, reduce the mill levy, but we need to know what, just like Commissioner Johnson, what's your intentions? What are you going to do with your slice of that dollar bill? And to say that conversations are being had is fine, but I think we need to really look at how we get in the same room. And I said this before, cuss and discuss. I'll leave out cuss, just discuss how we get to where we need to be so that we can truly understand where everybody's at in this next budget process.
Thank you. I will work on that. Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Stites, we will invite and see if we can get everybody in one room. I don't know what that looks like. I'll work with the administrator on trying to work those logistics out to get us in a space. If those tax entities are willing to come to the table with us and talk in an open forum, yes, I believe in transparency, and I believe that's something that should occur because we do need to be on the same sheet of music. And that was the thought even behind even trying to initiate those conversations with our partners. I think that would give you all some context of where they're at and a better context of where you all need to proceed moving forward as you navigate through this budget process. So thank you all, and I'm looking forward to this budget process. There'll be more opportunities for the public, for those that are watching to weigh in as we go through this budget process. I encourage those that did want to speak tonight to not get discouraged. There are going to be more opportunities for you to connect, not just with this mayor, but your commissioners and staff in these forums to really bring forward the issues that are most important to you. So thank you all. That takes us to our final public hearing tonight. Next is a public hearing to receive comments on substantial amendment number 1 to the Community Development 2021 Annual Action Plan. I'll ask Stephanie Stauffer from our Community Development Department to make some opening remarks.
Hi, thank you. Good evening again. I'm Stephanie Stauffer, Community Development. This is a pretty straightforward request. I don't have a presentation or anything with slides, but the department is proposing that $400,000 in 2021 CDBG funds be reallocated from a public facility project in the Park Drive NRSA area to a public facility project to address the habitability of the county's only domestic violence shelter, which is run by Friends of Yates. It's critical that this facility continues to serve one of Wyandotte County's most vulnerable populations. The remaining $170,000 for 2021 NRSA projects will go towards improvements at City Park to include a disc golf course. To make these changes to our annual action plan, we have to hold a public hearing. We also have to publish an amendment for 30 days and take public comment during that time. And this was also heard by our standing committee in February. So that concludes our presentation. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if he's received any notification of the public who wish to express their comments regarding this item.
None were received, Mayor.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak on this item that we've missed? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Once you've been acknowledged, we'll ask that you provide your name, city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment?
Seeing none at this time.
If there are no further comments from the public, I'll close the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. So I appreciate what we're talking about and along with the disc golf course, but there was items that were brought up from the public and from the commissioners tonight that talked about deferred maintenance or maintenance that hasn't occurred on tennis courts, Clam Park, Boston Daniels, and I know there's more. I'm just asking, is there an opportunity for us to use any of those dollars to address the issues that were brought forth tonight? Going back to, and I apologize, I don't remember the lady's name, but from back in 2019 when she's been requesting this, would we, before we add something new, maybe we could look at addressing things that we have already that need repair and maintenance and brought back up to speed. That was just my question.
Is there anyone from staff that can address the commissioner's questions?
Yeah, of course. This is Stephanie again from Community Development. I think it's a great question. So these funds that we're talking about, this $170,000 is very specifically in a bucket for our neighborhood revitalization strategy area, which is in the Park Drive area, which is why this funding is being spent at City Park. It has to be spent in that area. And so we can't, unfortunately, spend it in other places. But this is the last year of the NRSA. So we won't have those sorts of restrictions in the next 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we agreed as a commission that we would use these several years worth of CDBG dollars in the neighborhood revitalization area that was identified. And we looked at a number of data points to pick the area. And we've done quite a bit of work within that area. And this request came forward because of the desperate need of the domestic violence shelter. And it's the only shelter in Wyandotte County, period. And so it came to our standing committee, and the conversation was to divert, if you will, some of the funds used in the NRSA, which is the Neighborhood Revitalization Target Geographic Area around City Park, to the domestic violence shelter repair that's needed. And we agreed and approved that. I'm just kind of clarifying and giving background. We didn't take all the money. And there are still improvements being made through that NRSA plan in that targeted geographic area. But we did agree at the standing committee level that we would move this 400 and make sure our domestic violence shelter is open and operating and available. So I just kind of wanted to clarify. It's been a long process. It's been 4 or 5 years.
5th year.
Right. Yeah, we're in year 5. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm glad somebody said something about a park. We don't have a park west of 435, just in case anybody didn't know. And I think we could take some of the property that the unified government owns and make it a park. Just a suggestion. And I'll bring it up again and again and again.
You're welcome. Any other comments, questions?
Move for approval.
Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the resolution approving the amendment.
Johnson moved to approve as submitted.
Davis, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Was there any discussion? I believe Commissioner Markley?
Oh, I thought we did.
I think we did.
Like I said, we've had so many hearings, I don't know. I'm good.
Okay,
Commissioner, we had a public hearing on it.
yes, we did. Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any more discussion about this item? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Absolutely aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to the mayor's agenda. Item number 1 is a proclamation proclaiming a bi-state city partnership with the EPA and City of Kansas City, Missouri. I'll ask the clerk to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, whereas radon is a naturally occurring radioactive gas that enters the home through cracks in concrete floors, walls, floors, drains, and sump pits, and whereas radon is an invisible gas that you can neither smell nor taste and has no immediate recognizable symptoms, so testing is the only way to detect the presence of radon. And whereas, according to the EPA, radon is the leading cause of lung cancer among non-smokers and contributes to over 21,000 deaths annually nationwide. And whereas Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri are both in EPA Radon Zone 1, meaning that both cities have the highest potential to have homes test higher than the recommended radon level assigned by the EPA. And whereas the cities of Kansas City, Missouri and Kansas City, Kansas are committing to placing EPA radon posters in city buildings to raise awareness of the cancer risk of radon exposure. And whereas our partnership efforts challenge local hospitals and medical health networks in the Kansas City metropolitan area to place EPA radon posters in their medical buildings, waiting rooms, and exam rooms to help raise awareness of the importance of radon testing and mitigation to help prevent lung cancer caused by radon exposure. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim bi-state city partnership with the Environmental Protection Agency and the City of Kansas City, Missouri, to fight against lung cancer caused by radon exposure and encourage all citizens to test their homes regularly for the presence of radon. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand in the seal of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. Item number 2 is a proclamation declaring March 8th, 2022 in recognition of International Women's Day. Clerk, can you read that?
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation, whereas on International Women's Day, we celebrate the achievements, contributions, and progress of women and girls in the United States and around the globe. And whereas each year Women's History Month offers an important opportunity for us to celebrate our extraordinary legacy of trailblazing women and girls who have built, shaped, and improved upon our community. And whereas many women were charged with managing their homes and maintaining a sustainable income while balancing the educational and social needs of school-aged children during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas COVID-19 has devastated the poorest and most marginalized women, the hardest and women make up 50.2% of the Wyandotte County population. And whereas Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Unified Government employs many women residing in the local area who contribute greatly to our organization. And whereas the world comes together annually to celebrate women's social, economic, cultural, and political achievements and to reinforce our commitment to women's equality. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby recognize that March 8th is International Women's Day. And in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, we affirm our commitment to break the bias in our community, workplace, schools, and colleges, enabling our daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends equitable access to all the resources available which enable women to thrive. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and seal of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. In honor of Women's History Month, we've chosen to recognize 3 women. You've seen 2 of them here tonight. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay just for the interest of time. And I apologize to them that they did not get to speak, but definitely going to invite them back at some point to share their thoughts and words with us. But these 3 women have done a lot of awesome work in Wyandotte County and well beyond. Wyandotte County is comprised of many talented, hardworking, resilient women that have done great things, not just in Wyandotte County, but far beyond. From every field of endeavor, we are proud of the things that women have done and what they've contributed, not just to Wyandotte County, but to our society. The commitment to excellence is an expression, and we all are elated to be celebrating the achievements of so many women. I just want to thank these 3 women that were recognized. One is Stephanie Despain, who some of you might have seen on television and won a national award. She is from Kansas City, Kansas. I don't know if she's online by chance.
I don't believe so, Mayor.
Okay. She was recognized for culinary excellence, as well as Mayor Carolyn Cahar, the mayor of Edwardsville, and the awesome work that she's done, being the only female mayor in Wyandotte County, and just the awesome work that she's doing in Edwardsville with the great people of Edwardsville and fighting for the things that the people in Edwardsville really just not just need, but deserve. And so she's doing great work there. And she was here tonight with her husband and her parents, but she had to leave as well. And then we have Natasha Williams. She is the lead person, the top person, the person that runs Nebraska Furniture Mart here in Wyandotte County. She graduated from Washington High School and started out as a clerk and worked all the way up to being the head top person that runs Nebraska Furniture Mart here. So congratulations to these fine women and the work that they've done in their respective fields. And I'd like to have the clerk read a proclamation in their honor, or a letter, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Esteemed honorees, Women's History Month is an opportunity for us to celebrate the extraordinary legacy of trailblazing women and girls who have built, shaped, and improved upon our community. This is also a time for us to reflect on women's social, economic, cultural, and political achievements and contributions to the world at large. Through the work you have done in our community and beyond, you have shown a dedication to excellence that is a representative of all the best things about Wyandotte County. Therefore, on behalf of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, I offer this recognition and thank you for your contributions to the betterment of our community. Your ascent to new levels of achievement is an inspirational component to the reimagining of Wyandotte County. I know that your work will continue to enrich lives of the many benefactors you serve. Sincerely, Tyrone A. Garner, Mayor, CEO.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams was here as well with her children. And so we were glad to have them in the room. Hopefully, everybody at least got to see them present in the room along with Mayor Kahar. So again, we'll try and get them back for some brief comments. Item number 3 is an ordinance considering amendments clarifying permitted and prohibited political activities in the ethics code. This is the last order of business on the mayor's agenda. And I'll ask Misty Brown to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Misty Brown, Chief Counsel for the Unified Government. Before I get into it, I would like to recognize that the Unified Government Ethics Administrator, Ms. Ruth Benin, is here in the audience. She very kindly joined us and has been stuck with us this evening in case any questions come up about this item. As everyone knows, we do not often see revisions to the ethics code, but a concern was raised in going through it if some of the sections regarding the permitted and prohibited political practices actually would act as an inadvertent term limit and prohibit any incumbent mayor or commissioner for running to seek re-election. And this is because these provisions start off by talking about how no official or employee of the unified government shall do the following. Where it got a little bit confusing is that the word official is defined in the ethics code to also include commissioners and the mayor of the unified government. However, in these 2 sections that address it, it states that those offices that were set out by the unified government charter are exempted from this. But when this concern was brought to our ethics administrator and then to the ethics commission, they thought a change was warranted to make it very clear that any incumbent unified government commissioner or mayor could in fact run and seek re-election. And so the Ethics Commission took this change up. They voted earlier this month on March 11th unanimously to approve the change. March 10th of this month. They voted unanimously to approve the change that you see in this packet. And there's just 2 simple provisions under 267. 3, it just includes the language, which includes the incumbent mayor, chief executive officer, and the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. And then this is repeated later in the ordinance change, just to clarify so that there's no confusion that incumbents can file for office without having to give up their current office. I do hesitate. I don't like to put words in the mouth of our Ethics Commission. So Ms. Benin, if you have anything else to add to this, I'd welcome it in case I've misspoken in any way.
Oh my goodness. I'll be very brief. I think legal counsel has adequately set it out. It's also in the preamble to the ordinance. Again, on behalf of the Ethics Commission, we thought it was clear if something had quite frankly come over, it would not have been to tell one of you you couldn't run for re-election. The problem is on some of it, and we understood. And so the Ethics Commission felt that a clarification was warranted, for example, that the majority of the UG population is not going to know what the persons holding positions designated by the Unified Government Consolidation Plan are, and that is the UG commissioners and the mayor CEO. But there was some of the confusion. So it's what I'd say a routine amendment in terms of just setting that out. So there's not any confusion where, we aren't in currently the UG election cycle right now, particularly, but it will be coming up. So that's the whole basis of it.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments?
Move to approve. Markley.
McKiernan, second.
Okay. Before we get into the motions, I'd just like to say one of the 7 committees that as far as these task forces that have been put forth, Tom Burrough has one of them, and it deals with the charter ordinance. This is just one of those items of several that are kind of gray when it comes to language or conflicting language. It's not really clear. This was one of the ones that I caught, and our chief legal counsel did a good job of giving it to our ethics committee, and thank you for the work that you've done. There's other things coming that I know that they're working on. So she's working on that hard and diligently. And so you can expect more of these modifications and amendments to be brought before you for consideration. Well, more so for clarity than anything else. So there is a motion and a second to approve. So roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend. Commissioner Townsend. McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Townsend, one more time.
Aye.
Thank you. Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our regular consent agenda. Does any member of the commissioner or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote. I will entertain a motion for approval of the regular consent agenda.
Commissioner Bynum moved to approve all items on consent.
McKiernan, second.
I've got a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Kiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have one item under the standing committee agenda. Item number 1, resolution extending the state of local health emergency for COVID-19. This item was fast-tracked from the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee meeting on Monday, March 28th, chaired by Commissioner Bynum. I'll ask Commissioner Bynum to make some opening remarks.
Thank you. I'll make opening and hopefully closing remarks. I'm just going to echo what Commissioner Ramirez reminds us of every time we talk about the emergency order, local health emergency, and that is that it's not, there are no mandates involved. This is a technical matter so that we can recover any federal monies that might be due to us as a result of fighting the pandemic. And with that, I will make a motion to approve.
Markley, second.
Okay. Before we get into the motions, do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Hearing none, I have a motion and a second.
Mayor, if I may interrupt, we do have Matt May, our director, who would like to speak before we take roll call.
Go ahead, Mr. May.
Just really quick to clarify some language at the in the title. It does say it's a health emergency, but I wanted to clarify the difference between that and a local health order. This is not a health order. It is an emergency declaration, just like we've been doing for the last 2 years.
Thank you for that clarification. Any questions from our commissioners before we take a roll call? Clerk?
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Kiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis. Commissioner Davis. The vote is 9-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have several items under the administrator's agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution approving an increase in KDADS ARPA grants, which match awarded to Area Agency on Aging. Our first item is a resolution authorizing acceptance of an increased match amount by the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability from $45,477 to $200,000, $471 for the Area Agency on Aging. I'll ask Suzanne Bishop of our legal department to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Z Bishop from the legal department, and we have Desiree Bush from the Area Agency on Aging here with a very short presentation. We have submitted a resolution that I believe are in the packets, and I am happy to answer any questions that you might have for legal after the presentation.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? I'm sorry. Did you have a presentation? Ms. Bishop?
Sir, Ms. Bush, Desiree Bush from the Area
Okay.
Agency on Aging does have a short presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Ms. Bush, you can proceed with that presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners and County Administration. My name is Desiree Bush, and I'm Area Agency on Aging Fiscal Manager. So I'll try to go through this presentation pretty quickly for you all. But Area Agency on Aging, here we go. Area Agency on Aging received a one-time ARPA match from Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, better known as KDADS, for our Older American Act, better known as OAA, a grant program. So the bulk of the funds have already been approved by KDADS. However, KDADS increased our match amount from $45,477 to $200,471. Last week, we did present to the Unified Government ARPA Subcommittee to clarify that our ARPA grant funding and the match would not impact the Unified Government ARPA funds, and the grant would not require a Unified Government match. The match allocation must be spent on eligible congregant projects and dispensed by June 30th. So during the presentation, I'll better explain KDAD's match guidance and requirements and how we will spend those funds. So to go over the allocation, we received roughly 1.2 million, and here's a snapshot of the funding for each OAA service program. Wyandotte County splits OAA funding with Leavenworth County. Leavenworth receives 22% of the service request budget for Title IIIB, C1, and C2. Wyandotte County receives 78% of the funds for the same programs. However, we do keep 100% of the grant budget for admin, Title IIID, and 3E. So here is a snapshot of our original ARPA budget. KDAD's match was $45,477. However, aging agencies advocated having KDAD's fund our required 10% match because originally we were required to match 10%. And our 10% was going towards Title B, C1, and C2 services. And technically, this was a barrier for us because we have multiple OAA grants that we're using simultaneously. So KDAD's recently committed to funding the area agency's match portion. So now we are not required to match the ARPA grant allocation, and KDAD's will cover 100%, which is now $200,471. So to go over the proposal, since KDADS is funding our match, we are required by KDADS to spend the funds, like I mentioned before, by June 30th on eligible congregant projects, such as planning and implementation of a nutrition counseling program, also congregant site dining upgrades, or the purchase of nutrition services, infrastructure, and equipment intended to replace inefficient or no longer functioning items in the congregant site, such as like steam tables or refrigerators. And then lastly, any other projects that we propose to KDADS for their official approval. So proposals were due today, and we are proposing to purchase 4 12 to 16 passenger vans for 4 congregant sites, which are Bethel Center, Strangers Rest, Burnham Center, and Victory Hills Baptist Church. We will collaborate with Fleet and Procurement, the legal team, to thoroughly vet out the process on how we plan or how to plan for those sites to utilize our vans. So therefore, the sites would be responsible for the vans maintenance, repair, and fuel. And then the budget is based on a current van to be purchased with an 8% increase. Leavenworth is proposing to purchase equipment to keep meal units at a set temperature for a longer period of time. In addition, they would like to purchase signage for the congregant sites, laptops, tablets, and a comprehensive client software package to track their congregant and homebound meal deliveries. And then lastly, they would like to purchase video equipment to allow video conferencing and education during congregant meal hours. So my last slide, GSS base mapping actually created this congregant site by district map on our behalf. So we do have 8 total congregant sites, one site each in District 1 and 8, which is Burnham Center, Strangers Rest, and Districts 2, 3, 5, and 7 have one site each, which are Bethel Center, Rosedale Towers, Westgate Towers, Plaza Towers, and Vondale Towers. Our van proposal will exclude the tower sites better known as high rises, as our congregate meal sites or our congregate meals are served on site program participants there, so they would not need that sort of transportation. And just an FYI, we are no longer providing grab-and-go meals. Our sites are open to the public, and we have utilized unified government ARPA funds to assist with upgrading our sites with steam tables, refrigerators, and smart TVs. Okay, any questions?
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Thank you, Ms. Bush. Thank you, Ms. Bush. Hearing no questions or comments from the commission, I'll entertain a motion.
Markley, move to approve.
Ramirez, second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Markley to approve and a second from Commissioner Ramirez. Is there any discussion? Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. That motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item on the administrator's agenda is the appointment of members to the REACH Board. I'll ask Brenda Sharp, President of the REACH Foundation Board, to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm here tonight to ask for your consideration of the appointment of 2 individuals to the REACH Board of Directors. Normally, in the past, for the past 18 years, this body, Unified Government, has made appointments to our Community Advisory Committee. However, after much deliberation with our Community Advisory Committee and Board of Directors, and the sole authority that can approve such changes, the Attorney General, we have made a recent change to our governance structure to be more reflective of best practice and to streamline our board nominations and selection process. So now the Unified Government, rather than having 2 appointments to the Community Advisory Committee, will now have 2 appointments to our Board of Directors. We are respectfully requesting your consideration of the appointment of Daryl Wynn to a 1-year term and Dr. Octavio Estrella to a 2-year term. Each of these individuals would be eligible for a subsequent 3-year term on the board with this body's permission and their continued interest in that. And I stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions?
Johnson, District 4, move to approve.
Markley, second.
I have one question before we move there. Could you explain what the REACH Foundation exactly, can you give just a real quick overview of what that is, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that opportunity. The REACH Healthcare Foundation was created in 2004 following the sale of the nonprofit Health Midwest Hospital System to HCA Hospital System. When they did that, 2 charitable foundations were created. Our foundation, which is the REACH Healthcare Foundation, and our sister foundation, the Health Forward Foundation. Our foundation is headquartered in the state of Kansas, but we have a 6-county service area encompassing Wyandotte, Johnson, and Allen counties on the Kansas side, and Jackson, Cass, and Lafayette on the Missouri side of the state line. We have an approximately $150 million endowment, and we've provided since inception $85 million in grants in our region to address access to healthcare and health insurance coverage needs of low-income, underserved residents of that 6-county service area.
Thank you. I have a motion and I have a second.
Mayor, if I may, Andrea General is here to speak. If we could allow. Oh. Someone early.
It's all right. Right. Moving right along, right? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Clerk?
Thank you. I will call roll. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0, and thank you again.
Thank you. The next, we have a presentation by our Livable Neighborhoods Department. Andrea Jernu is here from Livable Neighborhoods to update the commission. Ms. Jernu?
Hi, thank you. I'm Andrea Genero, and I'm with Livable Neighborhoods, and I will try to be as quick as possible by still making sense. So my name is Andrea Genero, and I'm representing Livable Neighborhoods. Livable Neighborhoods is a unique partnership between the unified government and a resident-run task force known as the Livable Neighborhoods Task Force. We've been doing neighborhood engagement in our community for 27 years, and today I'm going to talk about how we started, what we've done, how we work, what's important to us, and why we do it, and some opportunities. I am going to talk a lot about a collective we, and I'm talking about our volunteer neighborhood leaders, our community partners, and unified government staff that we work with, but I am an office of one. And so when I say that collectively, that's who I'm speaking of. A little bit about me. I'm from Wyandotte County. I've lived here my whole life. Never thought I would be working in neighborhoods, but here I am. I've been with Livable Neighborhoods for 16 years. For 6 years, I've been the director. And in the last 6 years, I've helped to brand the program, update our community resource guide, organize and facilitate our strategic plan for the task force, set up online presence, helped create our home repair program, and led the CHIP Safe and Affordable Housing Action Team for the Health Department, and also revamped our Good Neighbor training. You're going to see some familiar faces, some of you, in this. So how do we begin? It was the perfect storm. It was the early 90s. There was a lot of blight, a dwindling tax base, and crime. Community policing was forming at that time, and there were a lot of community conversations being had around consolidation, and the community was ready to roll up their sleeves and help rebuild the unified government, but they wanted help to do that, and that's why Livable Neighborhoods was established in 1995. So our roots are deep. A lot of the positive changes that had happened in the unified government over the last 27 years have been rooted in some of the work that Livable Neighborhoods have helped with and our community members. For instance, the land bank, rental licensing, advocating for improvement to code enforcement, which is now property maintenance compliance, including uniforms and cars, the establishment of the Neighborhood Resource Center, are just to name a few. And when I say that community partnered with staff, it wasn't that this community came forward, the neighborhood leaders came forward and said, we want you to do this. They actually worked alongside staff. They traveled to other cities to find out how they were doing these things. They helped write policy. They helped advocate at a local level and a state level for those changes, and it's been a true partnership. So we've also been historically the community engagement arm of the unified government. And before we had 311, we were kind of 311 and were used as the temperature gauge for what communities were looking for and interested in. What are we now? We're concierge. We sort of do a lot of different things. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about those. We support neighborhood stewardship and provide support to that. We are an advocate, both internally and externally. We build coalitions. We're a resource hub and a trusted source for best practice. So this is just a little bit of information about Livable Neighborhoods. We have 71 registered volunteer neighborhood organizations. As my role with the unified government, I oversee the 8 MBR contracts, the neighborhood business revitalization organizations, and their quarterly reports. These are just some estimates of some volunteer hours that we assume that our neighborhood leaders are doing just from the basic work. This is a really underestimate of the work that they're doing. Some information about the flyers that we put out every week and some of our social media presence. And we also provide $35,000 worth of grants every year. So we're experts in the behind the scenes work. You'll notice some people here maybe that you've seen working in the community on some neighborhood cleanups. And okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be fast, but I need to take a breath. It's a misconception that Livable Neighborhood starts neighborhood groups. We do not. The fire and energy of that comes from our neighborhoods. We just provide the support and tools that those groups need to do the work that they are volunteering to do in their neighborhoods. We also are focusing on long-term engagement. Short-term engagement projects are great, like a park, building a park. It's fun, everybody comes out. they get to build the equipment and the kids come out and they play and it's great. But we're supporting those people who are making sure that the swings are fixed when they're broken and that the graffiti is cleaned up from the park and the trash is cleaned up. That's the work that we're supporting. So how do we support? We provide copies, phone tree services that now we're providing texting for neighborhoods to do that, print translation, grants, trainings, mailings, neighborhood coaching, supplies, informational meetings and newsletters, and just helping community members and neighborhood leaders navigate the complex systems of government. We are also an advocate, both internally and externally. We fight for the right voices to be at the table, whether that's unified government staff being at the table for community programs that are going on, or for the community to be at the table when planning and development is happening in their neighborhoods. We make sure that the community has accurate information so they can advocate how they see fit. And we make sure that we provide the tools that groups need to advocate for themselves. They're the experts in their neighborhoods. They know what their neighborhoods need. So we just make sure they have the tools to do that. We work to foster a partnership between unified government staff and neighborhood leaders. There's often this us against them mentality that happens, but the reality is our staff lives and works in our community. Many of them are from our community. And so we are the community and the community is us. And so we work to foster that partnership. Forum for open discussion. We build coalitions and we have for many years, bringing different voices together, whether it's through our prevention work that we've done historically with the Regional Prevention Center, our Home Repair Coalition, our safe and affordable housing work. We work to try and bring people together. We fight for honest conversation. If you've met any of our neighborhood leaders, and I know most of you have, they say what needs to be said and they're not afraid to. And we encourage that. We also realize that there are many voices and many differing opinions on how things should be done. It's important to us to make sure that we have all of those voices at the table, that it's not one side or another side, but that we're bringing those together, which is why we work towards consensus building facilitation. And in fact, over the last few years, we've been asked to help facilitate some conversations on the Johnson County side within our school district and with other organizations in the metro. So another big piece of what we do is communication. We are a relational community, as you know. So people learn their information from each other. There's also multiple layers of conversation and that communication is shared. And so we make sure to try to cover all of them in the work that we do at Livable Neighborhoods. Like I said, we have phone trees, we have print newsletters, we have an online presence. So we try to cover everything. I'm often told that when somebody invites neighborhood leaders to a meeting on a fairly short notice, I'll hear people say, I got the same people, it's the same people. And those are our neighborhood leaders who will be there, who will fill out a survey, who will show up at a meeting. But if you give them time, they have people. And then if you give them a little more time, those people have people. And so we know that it just takes time for information to travel through our community. And as I mentioned, we have multiple ways that we share that information. We are also a resource hub. We help connect the dots. So because we have 27 years of historical knowledge, this allows us to see the big picture and provides us perspective. We're often asked to consult on projects, whether it's consulting on projects of things happening within the unified government on how we can do better community engagement, or sometimes we're asked by our community partners consulting on best ways to reach the community with their programs. We also get just general questions from community members who just don't know where to go. And if we don't know what the resource is, we usually know someone who does. We're a trusted source. Our history and our reputation has made us a trusted source in the community. We have years of experience and best practice. We listen to learn, and as a good friend of mine used to say, who used to work in our office, we come with assets and not agendas. And we know that this work is personal. It's where people live. It's where people live. It's where they raise their children. It's where they play. It's where they work. And it's personal to them, the concerns they have. We are also a potluck community. If you come in our community with a project and neighborhood leaders get on board, funding will not be their first question. The first thing they will do is say, well, you bring a piece of that, and I'll bring a piece of this, and they bring a piece of that, and we'll make this happen. And so we try to replicate that in the work that we do. It's important for us to build partnerships and collaborations because it allows us to leverage funding, resources, and responsibilities. And so we do that through trying to bring people together as much as possible, whether it's through our community development workshop that we're a sponsor of, and we help run, that's a metro-wide community development workshop, through our regular neighborhood luncheons, which you'll see some pictures there of that, and some of you have attended, or through our National Night Against Crime, where neighborhood leaders get to display the work that they do in their community. We are also literally a potluck community. I imagine a lot of you have been to potlucks, as I have. So why do we do what we do? Ugh, this is our legacy tree. I can never get through this part without being emotional, so please excuse me, but this is our legacy tree. I would invite you to come down to our office and check it out. This work is messy and it takes a long time. And so I get students in my office a lot and I tell them that they are planting seeds. Whew. I figured I would be so tired that I wouldn't get emotional, but apparently not. So I tell my students that they're planting seeds. They're planting seeds for flowers that they might never see the buds of, and they have to be okay with that because this work takes a long time and it's messy and it's complicated. So we've had many neighborhood leaders who've dedicated their lives to the working in our community to make it better. Okay. And so we work to honor them because our neighborhood leaders work on faith that the work that they're doing now is going to impact people that they might not ever meet. And they're the carriers of hope. So people ask me all the time what I love about my job, and it's because I get to see the hope in our community. I get to see people who volunteer their time to make our community better. Oh my goodness. Okay. And I know that you recognize some people on there, and we've had some of these members pass away, which is why this one gets me this year, but they're the carriers of hope, and it's why it's important. We need to support their efforts and support their work. So this is one of our Do Something Good in Your Neighborhood signs. You might have seen them across the community. I've brought buttons with the same saying on them if any of you would like them. I also have these signs in my car. I've learned from a lot of you with campaigning. I have them with me. So if anybody wants a sign, let me know. So this is one of our new yard signs that we're going to be putting out this spring again for people to just encourage our board. The task force board came up with this as a way to just, during the pandemic, things were really contentious and difficult. And this was just a way to encourage people to just do something good, whether it's picking up some trash or being a good neighbor and checking in on each other, just do something good in your neighborhood. We know that COVID has affected our neighborhood leaders greatly. The consistency and the work has been disrupted. And we know that that's an important piece to community organizing. So we know that there's going to be a lot of rebuilding that's going to have to happen. And our neighborhood leaders are going to need a lot of extra support. But there's also opportunity with that. And that opportunity is reevaluating some of the things that we've done and some of the things that we could do better or some of the things that we can bring back. It's also engaging new voices of people who maybe not been engaged before. And also with some of the work being done with the mayor and around youth leadership, I think that there's an opportunity there as well to partner with some organizations with that. So what can you do to help? I'm not asking for money. Staff is great, but I'm in the process of hiring someone, so I won't be alone for very long. But connecting constituents to their neighborhoods. If you have someone who has a concern or a complaint, ask them if they have a neighborhood in their area. If you don't know, send them to me. I'll find out and I'll let them know. If they don't have one, encourage them to start one. I can also help them with that as well. Put a sign in your yard. And also check in with your neighborhood leaders. Let them know that they have your support and advocate for them to have a seat at the table whenever you see the opportunity. And that's all I have.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrea. Mayor stepped away, and so I'm pro Timming for just a brief moment. I don't know, he might have gone home. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Andrea. Really excellent presentation. And I'm glad you're still here to bring it to us. I really do appreciate it. Questions, comments, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I think that's how you say it. All I can say is, wow. Thank you, Andrea, for all that you do, for as much as you do for a person of one. We clearly can see your passion and love and dedication for this community. And thank you. Thank you for continuing to build upon that and make our community more beautiful and strong. You know, I'm very in tune with our neighborhoods, with the RDA and ABC. They do amazing work for our community. All the NBRs and all the neighborhood groups, they're the frontline fighters in everything that's happening in our community. They're the ones that know first what's happening and then tell us. But sometimes if we can't get the answer done, if we can't get the issue done fast enough, they'll do it themselves. And that's what community is. And I know within our next Monday in our committee meeting, we have an item on our agenda to add an NBR to Bonner and Edwardsville. And in my opinion, it's long overdue. Long overdue. They should have had one a while ago so that their community can blossom and grow just like all the other communities and neighborhood groups have in Wyandotte County. So just again, Andrea, thank you for all that you do. It may not, the community overall might not see it, but they know that you're there. As they said, you're planting seeds that flowers will later grow, but you may not see them. And so thank you.
Commissioner Bynum, Commissioner Davis has his hand raised as well.
Commissioner Davis, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you so much, Livable Neighborhoods. Thank you, Andrea. Livable Neighborhoods was one of the kind of front-facing organizations that really helped me learn about Wyandotte County and the unified government. And I think it's fair to say I would not have ran for office or had been remotely interested if I did not get some of that front-facing information from Livable Neighborhoods. And so you all have helped me out with kind of my neighborhood and trash pickups and everything else. And so just thank you for your work. You're one of many of our employees that do such a phenomenal job. And for you to be a one-person team, I thought there were at least 3 of you. So just thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Most appreciated. Any other comments or questions from the body? I would just say that my roots with Livable Neighborhoods are quite deep. Back to the inception of the what we at that time called the quasi-governmental agency. I know Commissioner Stites also has pretty strong connections to livable neighborhoods through his former work as community policing officer. Those connections are strong. And so I could spend many hours talking about livable neighborhoods, and I think I will right now. Is that okay with everybody? The only thing I want to say is how much I appreciate that our newer, younger commissioners have expressed to you their deep appreciation. That tells me a lot. And so again, thank you so very much for that presentation and for your time here tonight. Moving on, our next item is a presentation from Public Works on our solid waste program. We have Jonathan Gutierrez, and Mr. Gutierrez is here to make the solid waste presentation, and he's put in quite a number of months and years into bringing this forward tonight. Jonathan, go right ahead.
Yeah. So this is Jonathan Gutierrez, the solid waste program manager. Tonight, I was going to talk about the exciting topic of trash. Try to make it brief for you. I'll let you know that tonight's presentation was informational. So we will be presenting this again to you for approval in the April 28th meeting, but we wanted to let you know at this point in time. So in the packet that was includes a solid waste management plan and a memo with it as well. In addition, if anybody wants a copy of this presentation, we can definitely get it to you. Just scroll down real quick. Okay. All right. Like I said, I'll go through this fairly quickly. So it's required for every county in the state of Kansas to have a solid waste management plan and a solid waste management committee. Here in Wyandotte County, our solid waste management committee does consist of representation from Edwardsville and Bonner Springs, also includes residents that represent neighborhood groups, and does include, in addition to that, some UG staff and some commissioners that are currently here present as well. Solid waste management plan itself, I won't go through all these bullet points, but once again, the solid waste management plan does require us to look at solid waste needs. This is at a county level, so I do want to emphasize that as well, for a 10-year planning, and then also to establish some future solid waste management program development. So for the current solid waste management plan, it's required that it's updated and revised every 5 years. That's what we have here in front of you today. This process started in 2019 and then went into 2020. Burns McDonald was brought on to assist us with the update for that 5-year revision. There were some workshops that occurred during that time period. And then currently the solid waste management plan that's been provided to you is what came out of those workshops. So just once again, this is a county level plan. It does encompass, again, all of the municipalities here in Wyandotte County. And then again, if you guys go to look at the plan, it will indicate, again, what recommendations are in there for both short-term and long-term in the Appendix A. This here is just a slide just kind of showing overall both refuse, recyclable, and yard waste material here in Wyandotte County. And so then just briefly, current trash services that are here within Wyandotte County for each of the different municipalities. That's essentially what this slide indicates here. I think most are familiar with what is offered in KCK and Bonner Springs. Essentially the weekly collection unlimited, again, including all yard waste, bulky items as well. Edwardsville does have weekly collection, but they have a cart system there, and there is no yard trimmings or bulky items collected. Recycling is fairly similar, again, to the trash services that are provided in KCK and Bonner Springs, and also Edwardsville as well, similar service as well. And then again, we just kind of note some of the drop-off locations that are located here in Wyandotte County. Organic or yard waste or tree waste debris Again, those are collected with your regular trash if you're in KCK or Bonner Springs. Edwardsville at this point in time does not offer those kind of a service for curbside. And then again, we kind of denote that there are drop-off facilities that are available here in Wyandotte County. Bulky item again is provided service here in KCK and Bonner Springs. Edwardsville has some annual drop-off events. And then this pie graph right here just shows what our household hazardous waste. Again, we do have a facility like that here in Wyandotte County. It does operate one Saturday every month from April to October. And then construction and demolition waste. That's C&D is what we refer to that. Currently in Wyandotte County, there are no facilities for that. And so there are some other opportunities that might be possible there. So out of the plan itself, when you go to review it, there are some residential recommendations out of it. Again, this is what came from the committee's work in 2019 and 2020. Recommendations are to look at transition to cart-based systems for both trash and recycling. For organic waste, possibly look at other options for some curbside collection as well, and even possibly expanding some of those services. Food waste, that's not something that we separate at this point in time, but possible long-term potential food waste diversion as well from what our current trash service is. Also looking at a possible compost facility here in Wyandotte County, which we did receive a grant last year, and we are currently conducting a study for that. For bulky items, there are some recommendations to potentially provide some separate bulky item collection service here in Kansas City and Bonner Springs, and then also investigate more opportunities for bulky item drop-offs. That kind of coincides with the fact that we now have some dumpster days that we have had last October and then again during this month. And then just some additional recommendations that are in the plan itself, looking at some commercial multifamily recommendations, potentially licensing commercial haulers, including some business licensing, and then also just continuing to provide education and outreach. For illegal dumping recommendations, it was recommended to continue to promote the SOAR initiative, and then also again look at cost-effective drop-off events, again going with our dumpster days. And then just looking at construction and demolition, and then also HHW, possibly expanding some of the services there that we have with our household hazardous waste, looking at maybe expanding the facility itself or increasing the frequency that we operate it, and then also looking at some potentials for maybe some grant opportunities as well. Education and outreach recommendations, again, just continuing on what we do now, trying to get as much information as we can get out there, maybe possibly committing some direct resources to education and outreach for the community as well, so they're aware of what services are available. And then facility recommendations, again, considering elevating the municipal provided residential collection services, also looking at the municipally owned and operated transfer station is a recommendation down the line. And then also, again, looking at organics processing facility or compost. So tonight, kind of, again, like I said, this is a kind of an informational presentation. The process to get a solid waste management plan approved requires that first it goes through our solid waste management committee, which met this past Monday. And out of that meeting and committee, they approved the current plan that's before you today. Again, tonight, we wanted to introduce that plan to you. Then we have to go out for a public notice. After that, we have to have a public hearing, and then ultimately have to bring to you guys to vote on that solid waste management plan. At this point in time, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment is requesting that this plan be submitted by May 1st. So, like I said, I tried to go through that as quickly as I could. So if you guys have any questions at this point.
Mr. Gutierrez, thank you for cramming 3 years of work into 5 minutes. I sincerely appreciate the presentation and the work of the committee. It's been a good committee, and it has represented all of Wyandotte County, including representation from Bonner and Edwardsville, which has been important. Commissioner Markley and McKiernan both also sat on the Solid Waste Committee. Any comments or remarks from you? We'll see it again because we're going to have to take a vote. Tonight was information only. And I just appreciate that you're here and you stayed with us, and we've seen round one now and we'll see it again. So we'll see you again soon.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Information only item. We're on the home stretch.
Commissioner Townsend does have her hand raised.
Commissioner Townsend, please.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Mr. Gutierrez, thank you, and to the committee. Like you said, Commissioner Bynum, it's been a multi-year process. Appendix B of the materials we have tonight is what is being recommended. Is that correct?
For tonight's meeting, this is for informational only, so I don't know.
Well, I mean, in the packet that we have.
Correct.
Appendix A, implementation plan.
Correct.
So that is what is being recommended. So as we go back through it, I just want to make sure that I understand.
Okay. Correct. So this again is Jonathan Gutierrez with the Solid Waste. So Commissioner Townsend, you are correct. If you go to look at Appendix A, that kind of breaks down again what are the short-term and long-term recommendations that come out of the plan. So ultimately, that would probably be the best resource as you're going through the plan. If you might have wanted to look at what we would be presenting to you on the April meeting for approval.
Another question I have, and council still there with us, I guess, what would be the impact of passing this on the current contract that we have with Waste Management?
Commissioner, this is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel for the Unified Government. I would prefer to go into the details of that in our executive session next week when we discuss our ongoing litigation. But in essence, this plan is required by state statute that we submit something, and this is recommendations that would be continuing to come to the governing body for. And so even if you pass the plan, it's not required to do these things. They're recommendations, but as far as specific impacts, I'd prefer to discuss that in executive session next week.
Okay, I await that discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez and Chief Counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we have Commissioner Davis.
Very, very briefly, if either within this plan or next week, whenever it's appropriate, if we can talk about communicating to our residents, especially in times of extreme weather and delays are taking place, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was an information only item tonight, and I apologize. The mayor's guide is a little out of order with what you see on your agenda, but nonetheless, we move on. Item 5 is updates on grants and grant processes. And we have CFO Kathleen Von Atchen to make a presentation on this item.
Good evening. This is Kathleen Von Atchen, Chief Financial Officer, and I've been asked to give an update on the grant applications that are, have been submitted or in the pipeline, but also to talk about our grants management process. So this is for information only again. I did want to mention, let's see here. So we have created a new grants management division within the finance department. And it's going to be, or it is providing guidance on grants management policy to all the departments within unified government. And what we're hoping to do is to seek and receive more financial funding, engage in grant making, and also execute policies and procedures to comply with federal regulations. So the new division doesn't really seek to centralize grants management, but rather to just offer assistance to departments as they create their grant applications and the administrative activities that happen after we get the money. So our mission, so how it's governed is that at the top is a committee or a council called the Grants Management Advisory Council, which is an acronym it's GMAC. And the mission of the GMAC is to standardize and streamline and improve our grants management practices, as well as increase collaboration and partnership between all the departments that are applying for grants opportunities. And this council will serve as a forum for sharing best practices. And it's going to be it's made up of the assistant county administrators and the county administrator, as well as myself. And it's a means to kind of collaborate on all the outstanding grants activities that are occurring. We're going to be meeting, at the moment, actually, we're going to be meeting every 2 weeks. So, but in the future, we'll probably be meeting just every 2 months or quarterly. But right now, we're planning to meet more frequently because of all the grant opportunities available because of ARPA and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So just generally speaking, the council is going to create a platform for effective dialogue among all the departments and external partners to coordinate programs and maximize funding. And the council is going to be able to evaluate and make recommendations on what kind of performance indicators we want to establish for the grants management division and what kind of accountability and program policies. They're also going to provide direction on project priorities. So when we're applying for grants, there's always a variety of projects that we can include in the grant application. And this GMAC group is going to assist or provide guidance on which priorities fit with the strategic goals of the commission. So that's part of it. And then also, the Grants Management Council will be making recommendations to the county administrator concerning legislative recommendations or regulatory policy in the future. So how this works is we've got at the top the Grants Management Advisory Council, which I mentioned is the county administrator, the ACAs, and myself. The grants division itself is reports to me. I have one grants manager. Her name's Rebecca Sandow, and then in the normal process of business, the grants manager will be working with all the various UG departments that have grants, state grants, federal grants, to assist them. And we're hoping that they would meet quarterly and start having better coordination. For example, we've set up a shared email group as well as a team site in order to share information about our grants management. And we were hoping that we could get a Vista to help us as well. But more immediately, though, because of all the opportunities with ARPA and with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, we've also signed on iParametrics as a contract to assist us with grant writing. And so the main contact for iParametrics is Jeff Stevens and Erica Hupka, who have been really fantastic with helping us with the number of grant applications, which I'll be talking about in a minute. And so what happens is for these special grants, every time a grant application or a notification of a grant comes out that we feel we can apply for or qualify for, we'll form an ad hoc group of individual staff members for the various departments that would be working towards developing that grant. And then Erica or the people from iParametrics will be assisting with making sure we collect all the right data and information so that we can write the best grant possible. So that's what's been going on there. We have a number of opportunity teams formed at the moment, which I'll going to show you in a minute here. All right, so now the following slides talk about the current grant applications. So the ones that we've submitted, the ones that are currently under development, and ones that we expect to apply for in the future. So far we've submitted on this slide, there are 2 grants that we have submitted. This first one was the EDA Better Build Back Better grant, It was for $100 million, and we submitted it back in October. Unfortunately, we did not make the cut. So that's one we didn't get. We have also submitted the U.S. Department of Commerce EDA grant, Travel, Tourism, and Outdoor Recreational Grants, and it was titled Tale of Two Rivers. It was proposed for $2 million. We submitted that grant application the last day of January, and we're expecting to hear back on this grant either today, but probably tomorrow. So, and here's a graph of generally where the grant, the $2 million would be spent in this area. Another grant that we have submitted is the Kansas Department of Commerce Building a Stronger Economy, which is an acronym called BASE. And that actually contained 2 applications, maximum of $25 million for each. And there was a minimum of 25% match. The first application was for $23.7 million on the Kansas City riverfront, and it was a joint submission with the BPU and Flying Trust, Flaherty and Collins, and Kansas City Boat Club. And then the second application was an Armadale Stormwater Project at $19.9 million. That application was submitted the end of February, and it's expected to be awarded next week. So we're looking forward to that. Now, the match that I mentioned, it's for both those projects has already been allocated through the KC Levy's Betterment investment. So no new money was needed for the match. And here's a graph of the Kansas City Riverfront Base Grant. And unfortunately, Erica Hupka was not able to join us because it's kind of late. So she dropped off. But otherwise, she would be able to talk about the specifics of this grant, this project better than I. But I have included Sarah White, who, if you don't mind, can you please elevate her to panelist so that she can be available to answer any questions?
I'm not sure if she's still on.
Oh, I texted her. I think she is. Oh.
I'm
still on. There.
I'm still on. Okay, sorry, Sarah.
Oh, good. All right. This next slide is actually a picture of the Armadale Base project. And if there's any questions on that, I think Sarah could talk about this project here. None. Okay, let's move on. So in addition, there were 2 other grants submitted. The Kansas Spark Committee Investment Ideas, there was actually three projects submitted. One from the transit, which is a micro transit on State Avenue and the Bi-State Corridor. That was for $2 million. One from the police department for the West Patrol Police Station and Community Center for $4 million. And then the Sheriff Department submitted a grant to fund filtration system replacement or improvements at the detention center, and to fund retention bonuses for our sworn civilian employees at the Sheriff Office. Those 3 grants were submitted on February 16th, and we're expecting the award to come in, award notice to come in the end of April. This Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, which is via ARPA, this is the grant that you heard about earlier this evening. So it was submitted today, and so we'll find out when that comes out. So under development at the current time is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Home ARPA grant. There is $3 million allocated. There's no required match. And right now the status is pending submission from Home ARPA allocations to HUD. So there's no deadline. The period of performance ends the end of September. And so this is all pending at the moment. There was also the MARC, CMAC, all these acronyms, but the MARC grants were submitted, are probably going to be submitted tomorrow. And it's a combination of a whole variety of projects, which total $56 million. There was quite a bit of discussion about this at the Public Works Subcommittee meeting. And the match that is identified is $9.1 million, but it includes funding that's already been in place at the unified government. So it's not new money. The third grant that's under development at the moment is the what they call the U.S. Department of Transportation RAISE discretionary grant program, which is rebuilding American infrastructure through sustainability and equity. Now, this is proposed to be, it's still in concept, but it's proposed to be 25 million in multimodal grant planning grant funding. There's no required match. And the planning projects identified are coming from the GODOT study that meet the RAISE grant requirements. And so I think Sarah may be able to talk a little bit more about this, but generally speaking, or maybe Erica was going to talk about this, but generally speaking, these are the roads that are being looked at for the planning grant across the UG. So I'm trying to get through this quickly. I apologize. All right, some other grants that are expected for the future. All three of these grants here are related to the streetlight modernization program. So, or proposal. I think you all have heard in the past that the Public Works Director, Jeff Fisher, has been trying to find roughly $50 million in order to replace our streetlights with LED lights. And so this is one of the means that we're hoping to achieve that through federal funding through these three grant programs. Now, the first one is another RAISE grant, and the proposal is to be submitted at the moment is to submit $25 million for the street modernization program. There's no match requirement. However, if candidates do have a match, they're more likely to be funded. The application is due in a couple of weeks on April 14th. There's also opportunities to fund street modernization through these other two grants, the U.S. Department of Transportation's Safe Streets and Roads for All grants, which is still under development, being reviewed. And then there's a second one called from the U.S. Department of Energy, which is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grants. And that application is due sometime in the latter part of the fall of this year. So these are opportunities that are being researched and reviewed at the moment. And then there's two other grants that we're expecting to apply for. There's the Kansas Department of Transportation Intersection Safety Improvements, which is the concept the concept proposal or the amount is still to be determined. There is a 30% matching requirement, and the application
Ms. Von Achen,
is May 1. Yes.
I hate to stop you, but is there any way you can get those this slide to all the commissioners?
Oh yeah, it got sent to them already. Yep.
That's awesome.
And actually, that was the last slide I had.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. I hate, in the interest of time, we've just got to move things along in an expedient way. Do any commissioners have any comments or questions in regards to the grants process?
Mayor, I just would say thank you, because that's a bunch of work.
Go ahead. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I have to say thank you, because that is a ton of work being done. And again, we've spoken of these kind of maybe one-time opportunities, and we're not letting them get by, and I just really appreciate it.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows, at-large District 2. I too want to thank for the presentation, Kathleen. I would just like to say that these are opportunities for us within the budget process to address some of the concerns we have when we're able to apply for grants and receive those dollars. That's part of the creative funding that we need to talk about as we move forward the budget process. This is a tremendous opportunity for us here.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Von Achen. That was an awesome presentation. This matter was for information only, so thanks again for that presentation. Our final item under the administrator's end is a presentation regarding the creation of a residential classification for the BPU pilot. I'll ask our CFO, Kathleen Von Achen, for that presentation.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but we've been here all majority of the half of the day. Most of us have to work, staff have to work. Can we please move this item to another meeting? Because we have staff who are here who still have to be here 7:30 in the morning still. And like I said, most of us still have to work in the morning. So just interest of time and people's sleep, if we can move this item to another meeting.
I understand that. Ms. Foundation, can you do a brief summary of these? We're near the end, so we've got a land bank board trustees also on the consent agenda. Ms. Foundation, can you just do a brief summary on that, just real quick, in the interest of time?
That's right. Well, so I have submitted a copy of my dog's barking, I'm sorry. So I have submitted a brief, a PowerPoint. The PowerPoint you all have is in your inboxes. So for this item. But it's two proposals that we want to provide information on. The first one is to actually, and I've worked with the Chief Legal Counsel on this, is to actually create two classifications, one for residential, one for commercial, with regard to our payment in lieu of taxes for the water and electric pilot at the BPU. And by doing so, then perhaps we could, as part of the budget process, determine what percentage of the gross revenues of the BPU we want to apply a pilot towards, and perhaps have a different percentage for commercial versus residential. So by creating this, by doing this, we could, kind of differentiate between those two classifications. So right now we have to apply the percentage across all of the accounts. So this is a thing we could do by amending the charter through a charter ordinance. It would require 8 votes. And then after the vote, or after your approval of the charter ordinance, there would be a 61-day waiting period where we would have to field any kind of protest petitions from residents. So that's one thing. The second item is to further address the pilot payments made by or incurred by low-income households. What we thought was we could do is expand the current senior citizens and disabled residents utility rebate program, which is administered by the city clerk's office. Right now, that program is limited to folks who are, I think, 65 years or older and have a household income of $25,000. So and in your packet, you've got some information about how many folks have utilized this rebate program over the years, and some more information. The proposal is basically to maybe consider adjusting this program so that it's open to all ages, and it's just limited by the income level, the low income level. And so I did take a look at it, and I think that roughly it would probably address about 1,500 households, and it might cost, based on certain assumptions, it might cost an additional $200,000. That would provide relief for not only the pilot for these low income households, but not only for the pilot, but for other taxes and fees that they pay to the unified government. So those are the proposals that we're looking into, and we'll probably be talking a lot more about those during the budget process. So,
thank you, Ms. Foundation. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Seeing none, that matter is for information only. I'm sure that Ms. Foundation will continue that conversation as we proceed through the budget process. That concludes the portion of our regular meeting, and I adjourn us in that capacity, and I'll call us back to order as the Land Bank Board of Trustees. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the Land Bank consent agenda?
Markley, second.
Okay, I've got a motion for approval and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, clerk.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrough.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
McKiernan. Aye. Ramirez. Aye. Johnson. Aye. Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
3-0. Motion carries.
All right, before we adjourn today, we would like to allow our administrator to make a special announcement.
Well, Cheryl Harrison Lee, Interim County Administrator, just wanted to wish Melissa Seaborn well on her new job opportunity with the city of Lawrence. She'll be leaving us next month. Lawrence is a great city with great opportunities, and just want to thank you for your service here with Wyandotte County and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Melissa, and we are adjourned.